Ta 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 ta! Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're live. I believe the time for the live has arrived. I believe it has. It is a solid Sunday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. Oh, live immediately, and he's immediately saying, "What a guy." Let me do one of these bad boys. We are playing the Honkai. Welcome, everyone. Close that. I haven't even launched the game today. I've been playing a bit of Genshin today, if you guys have been in the Discord. I have been playing Genshin, and I got some rolls, got some luck on my side today. Welcome, each and everyone, to a day where we're going to complete some story. No, the story isn't out yet. We're going to complete some events. And do the Abyss. And also do a lot of reading today. Do a lot of reading. Nilo C2? No. If you by all means, Hershey, if you want to check out the Genshin Impact Teyvat channel in the Discord, you'll see exactly what I rolled on and what I got. But it's not her, but her weapon and the other weapon in the banner. That's what I did roll on, and that's what I did get. Like an absolute madman, I got back to back, kind of, not really. One, then skip, and then one. But, well, first of all, foremost, actually, welcome to the stream, Hershey. Welcome. Hope you're having a great evening. Welcome. Hope you're all having a great evening. Hershey. Koyabushi, welcome to the stream as well. Hope you're also having a great evening. Captain is on the bridge. Captain is on the bridge. Gotta love Aichan. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Hope you're having a great evening. God damn it. We got the Abyss to do. Oh my god. We're just gonna take a second, though. Start the day off with 2 immaculate weapons. Fair enough. It is a fair enough. It is, bro. I fucking love these weapons. Mainly because I got Nilo, so the what's it called again? Kaj weapon is fucking boss, and then the Jade Cutter. I think my Ayaka is sitting at 80 crit rate, 215 crit damage, so we're pretty juiced. Yeah, honestly, I woke up in the morning, so it doesn't start my day off, but it does feel great to have that. It does feel great to have it. Other than that, for the day, I've started writing. Where's my slippers? I need my slip. I can't live without my slip. I can't do it. I started writing a script for a video, and by script I mean I'm compiling kind of a video is coming together that is not a Genshin versus Honkai. It's a different series that I've been asked or requested even to do, which I will be putting together. I don't know how long it will take me to do this because I'm not too confident in this field, but I'll have to, like, you know, I'm gonna go back and forth between the script and the and what I know and what I can gather, and just kind of put it together. Why am I envy that the key is literally Vortex on steroid? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Okay. What do you mean? Like Vortex on steroid? Ven versus Gacha games? Ven versus Gacha games. The ultimate dilemma. Who will win? Well, Ven, he's a guy. Gacha games, they're not even things. I think Ven takes the W there. I think Ven takes the win. But what do you mean by it, like the key is literally Vortex on steroids? If you're talking about color scheme, then null and void because it's a completely different aesthetic. The Sumeru desert themed weapons are kind of a bit more Aztec-y and Egyptian themed weapons, whilst something like the Vortex Vanquisher is just rocky, kind of Geo. King makes an appearance. Hey, what's up, King? Welcome to the stream, man. Ah, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. How does it even come out? I got a new cup. Oh god, that's hot. Bro, it takes its like sweet time to get out of the cup. Oh, where does it come from? Fuck. Jesus Christ. Well, that cup is the thing. Yeah, I got myself a new cup. Well, I didn't get it. Someone else got it for me. Goddamn. Welcome to the Stream King, though. You know, let's listen. We've got things to do and things to read, so let's not dilly-dally too much. Is that gonna pick up the thing? It is. Welcome, Honkai Impact. Do we want to get some music in the background? Sure, why not? Let's get some music. Some chill vibes. It's gonna get drowned out by the powerful combat noises. Abyss. I don't even want to know what it is. I don't want to know. New curb, new achievement unlocked, failed to drink properly. No, I drank properly, but like no, it's hot, dude. Like if a sudden pss on my lip, dude, I got scared. No, I know how to drink. I just got a sudden pss on my lips, dude. I can't do it. I'm scared. I'm scared of the hot beverage. Yeah, it's a scary time. Scary times. I can't believe me, dude. Stop believing me, please. Let's get it started though. Quantum week. Ooh, quantum. So what? One character is good and the rest are shit. Classic Honkai Impact right there. One character is good for this week, then the rest are garbage. Thank God it's not imaginary though. We're having just a Paladinus Equinox makes you overpowered. Hope everyone's having a great day though. It's a bit hot in Australia. In Australia right now, you're gonna hear me complaining about the weather for like the next 6 months a lot more. Because in Australia, we're moving towards the hot season. Now, I know a lot of people are from Southeast Asia where it's constantly hot. But me, myself, I fucking hate the heat like a motherfucker. Like, I hate the heat like a motherfucker. Hot, we just had flooding? I know. I'm gonna... But here's the thing. Melbourne, Schnelbourne. Melbourne doesn't exist. Melbourne doesn't exist. So, like, Canberra is the place to be, right? So... yeah. Melbourne is like the only place experiencing flooding though. You can't count that as all of Australia, dude. Come on. It was just shocking because the Great King arrived and you were startled. You know what? I was startled by King's appearance. Wait, 10 seconds into the stream and King's here, dude? That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. But I also appreciate it, King being here. An absolute guy. King is an absolute guy. There we go. Floor 4 done immediately. Do that one there. Boom. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Melbourne is the only place experiencing flooding, or like Victoria, so, you know, it is what it is. I think Canberra's getting hot right now. Like, it's at least, you could go out very easily in shorts and a t-shirt, and, like, there would be no problems. Like, you'd have a good time. You'd be like, damn, this is great weather in a shorts and a t-shirt. Because, like, if you go back, like, let's say, a week and a half, 2 weeks maybe, you had to have a jumper. But now, goddamn, fucking jackets are fucking illegal almost, because that's how hot it is. It's like, oh, dude, come on. Okay, I need to get this, we do need to get these quantum collapses here to actually even have a chance at clearing this, I think, though. Oh my god, I'm dealing absolutely nothing to him. Okay, there we go. Got the quantum collapse arena. Oh, it's Red Lotus, that's why. Okay, holy shit. I was like, what? He died so quickly like the last time I did this. But it's Red Lotus. Okay, I think this might be a D rank here. Hot Schmott, Canberra, Schmambra. Listen, I'm not going to take this kind of slander. That's another one though. Schlander. Canberra is the worst place in Australia, but it's not as bad as being in one of the capitals where there's too much things, right? Where I live, nothing will happen. Whilst in these other places, everything will happen. Now, you know, call me Johnny Bravo, but I think I'd rather nothing than something. You know? Especially when it comes to the happenings. Especially when it comes to the happenings, dude. Like, would you rather walk through the street with a chance of some guy being not normal in the head? Or would you not have the chance to have that? You know what I mean? Simple equation, in my opinion, and I'll take the 0 chance of encountering someone who isn't quite right. Also, there's no tourism here, so there's like only 4 people that ever go out of their houses. So it's like, come on. Only 4 people leave their houses here? Like, what do you, like, it's an easy W. We're gonna do the ice one. Enemies take 5% bonus ice damage and less fire damage. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go for the ice team. Alright, let's go. Let's go. This is gonna be a D rank for me, but it's gonna be a fun D rank. And by fun D rank, I mean I'm just gonna be miserable the entire time. Do this. Hey, what's up, Piss, and welcome to the stream, man. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great evening. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Doing absolutely spiffing Britting. Love the spiffing Brit. Absolute guy. I'm doing a-okay on a hot summer's day, even though I don't think it's summer. I think it's the start of spring. I don't even think it's summer. But then again, I'm not a weatherman, so I don't know. I think only weathermen should know what season we're in, like off the top of their head. I feel like if you know the season without being a weatherman, I feel like that's cap. This is not going good so far, but maybe we can make a comeback. Though I have VLV, I could easily clear the final stage, but somehow I didn't do the last stage, just get D-ranked. That does seem like the overall Honkai experience. You feel like you can do it, but you somehow don't, and then you're kind of like, oh, whatever. December is summer, we're in spring. And there you go, see, what did I say? Summer, spring, same thing. What's the difference? 1 degree. When it comes to an Australian spring and summer, the difference is like 5 degrees, and it's like, ugh. And it's the difference between 40 and 35, so it's both miserable. Am I right or am I correct? Uh, 6.2 beta. Soon, I hope interesting character come out. I think we've had a lot of interesting characters come out pretty recently, so I'm not too bothered by whatever's released in 6.2. I'm overall not really fussed. Who do I think it is? Rerun patch, eh? Rerun patch. Let's go for a rerun patch, boys. Get every character a rerun in that one patch. I would just think 6.2 are gonna slap a new Hersha Flamesign Divine Key and new Fire SP support. Maybe even that one. I'm thinking let's go for a full rerun. That's my thoughts. Full rerun patch. Absolutely nothing new. Just the old stuff getting rerunned. All in favor, say anything or breathe at all. Thank you. Just hack the system. All in favor, breathe. Now that's a way to get people to agree with you. All in favor, exist. Oh, everyone's existing? Damn, it's crazy. Why is that guy just sitting out in the wilderness? Oh my god. Xena says will be fire support. No, oh, cool. Good on him. Either Adam, Afro, MC, or Jackal. Big ones. Alright. Cool, I have to wait. Definitely have to wait for that bad boy, eh? Gotta hit it with a bit of a patience. This is going very poorly. Boom. Bam. Need a new fire support plus with an all-out battle Kevin in the trailer plus Hersha Reason and Hersha Thunder and Divine Key, so perfect chance to slap Hersha Flame Sign and fire support. Yeah, it is a perfect chance, but again, you never know. You never know. They could pull out Hersha of the fire. They literally remove the Flame Scion because that's a pretty cringe name, and you just bring back the Hersha of Fire, get rid of Kiana, right? You bring back Himiko, boom, instant W, and then you have a better game, right? Get rid of this Flame Scion bullcrap. Come on. You just Flame Scion isn't even a word. You're just making stuff up now. Absolutely making things up. It's jargon. And I will not stand for jargon. This is a fail, by the way. This is very interesting. How we fail this. Oh, the neck hurt. And I've never done this one, but I guess it is Red Lotus. So you kind of need supports. Can't just power through it with just a DPS. Maybe they slap a new Callan? Maybe even. Listen, with the wait, what am I thinking of? Am I thinking of the new story, or was I thinking of the old thing? With the reappearance of like Otto in the chapter 31X, where he appears in like Teresa's dreams and whatnot, it does kind of imply in some way that the old things aren't like completely gone. Right? You know, Callan is not completely forgotten, seeing as he, like, someone connected to Callan has made an instant reappearance like 6 days later. God damn it. So they're not completely getting on Callan. So Callan might make another battle suit or get another battle suit. Who knows? I wouldn't be completely against it, but it wouldn't be something that I'm gonna ask for, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here begging for a new Callan. I think we've lost this one heavily. We would have had a better chance with our Aponia team, to be honest. Don't really even know. When attack, Ninja will evade it and lose invincibility. Yeah, that's fine. Within 60-year plan, of course they would. 6 years, what a game. What, I like think of adding a new Callan? That's not necessarily what I mean. I just think if like, I would 100% disagree with the idea of Callan making an appearance if Otto didn't make an appearance in the recent 31X, right? I would have said probably not. They've kind of moved on from those characters because that's how you deal with a protagonist or an antagonist even. But because he did make an appearance, I'm like, ugh, fair enough. You know, there is a possibility that Callan Schmevin will have to make an appearance. I think I missed it, but whatever. Whatever. Right. But I think the Flame Scion argument, or the Herrscher Flame Scion Divine Key, is probably the strongest argument, or the strongest point. My question now is, though, when is the Herrscher of Reason thing coming out, right? When is the Herrscher of Reason, like, weapon divine thing coming out? Because, like, I saw them post about it, but it's like, it's not out. So I'm kind of not confused per se, because it's not out. But it's like, why post about it if it's not out? And it's like, I don't think the next patch is coming out for, like, another week or two. Or, like, no, week. 6.1. Yeah, what? We are very far away from 6.1 in terms of announcing it, but I guess... maybe not announcing it. I don't really know what. They just put up an image of it. I don't really fucking get it. And then you can easily clear the 2k subs of Callan since KA's only stated Callan. True. True, the bet is only Callan. Is there any other Callans in there? Sundan Jaeger? Sundan Jager? Just slap it on with the new one. Get the new Callan in there, instant beat it. Is over soon? It's like, what, a week? A full week. Oh no, a full 10 days. Almost 2 weeks. A week and a half. Before the new patch. And they put like a biography of the weapon. I'm just confused by why they would do that. Because I don't think they didn't do it for the previous one, the lightning thing, whatever the fuck it was called, Key of Thunder and Richer, whatever. Retribution. No, this is not even the last guy. The Void Chila. A week and a half. What are we on a Sunday right now? Another midweek release. Gotta love it. Boom. This is the annoying floor, right? Whatever. Chuck that in. This was probably a bad decision. Bro, when does the grouping happen? Jesus Christ. Can I get some grouping? So I'm assuming, with them releasing this Divine Key for Herrscher of Reason again, or whatever the hell this thing is called, Divine Weapon, they're trying to revitalize the character. I'm assuming that's like the purpose. Interesting concept. To then also, if we go by this, because I find this interesting now that I'm thinking about it. With those characters that they announced recently on their those images that they put forward of the characters, it's very interesting to now try to revitalize an old character, but also have the quote-unquote potential, not that I agree that it is this, but the quote-unquote potential of just releasing a new one that will outshadow them overshadow them immediately. That's kind of like a pretty big reason as to why I don't think that those things are the new characters in a different form, or the main cast in a different form. Herrscher will be meta again. It's like they shafted Herrscher of Human Ego, even though Ice just released. Yeah, you know, you can look at it that way. You can definitely look at it that way if you wanted. It'll be interesting what the weapon adds, right? Because here's the thing, I don't know what the Key of Reason necessarily added to Herrscher of Reason's gameplay. I'm not sure what this new one will do, right? Comparatively to, let's say, something like Herrscher of Thunder, how she got hers previously. Because I could see the change between the two because I had played Herrscher of Thunder with Key of Castigation. And now I'm gonna get to see how she's played with and then I got to see how she's played with Thunder and Retribution. And so I don't know what the fuck either the first one did for Reason and what this next one will do for Reason. So it'll be a bit of an interesting thing to see. If she'll be stronger though, that's a bit of a interesting thing, right? Because what is her type again? What is Herrscher of Reason's type? Like mech? She's a mech character. Bro, mech? Schmeck. Mech is probably one of the worst types in the game. On God, on God. Oh, actually, we're doing pretty good in terms of score. We're doing pretty good. We're doing alright. We just need to just destroy Tutankhamun, right? Yeah, Tutankhamun. Right. More pew pew pew, like Herrscher of Thunder, big changes. Herrscher of Reason current pre-arm is just like Herrscher of Thunder with pre-arm. I understand that. But it's like, so for example, like Herrscher of Thunder with 7 Retribution, her dragon is completely changed, right? Her dragon has a bit of like on-field passive damage as well as like a completely new skill during it. You kind of use the dragon a different way, as well as her skill changes in terms of visuals. So I'm more curious about that. In terms of gameplay, Herrscher of Reason still just shoots and whatnot, so that's gonna stay the same. But I'm more curious about the how the visuals and the actual what do those buttons change into. Because I know, I don't fucking give a shit about Herrscher of Thunder and what damage she does. I like the fact that her dragon can send out a double slash. Fucking, that's the only reason I would ever play the character, is if I had 7 Thunders on Herrscher of Thunder, and I could do the dragon double slash. Like, that's literally it. Oh, fuck, I did not mean to press that. Hodo will triple S Hodo. That doesn't really mean much to me. I don't think I've ever fought Hodo seriously in the base game. I think I've done him once in the game. I'm not sure though. Curious, when does he do the quantum collapse bullshit? Oh, there it is. Never mind. I think this is gonna be a fail. I don't have quantum. Damn. Quantum and imaginary. Imagine them being things. Who's your reason when you ever will be on a bike with a can and keep shooting? No way, it's gonna be like Vilvi, right? No. Come on. No. That's just, that sounds terrible. That just sounds terrible. Another character that does not require skill or brain. No. Like, I'm not saying, like, Herrscher of Reason prior to this requires skill or brain, but it's like, at least you kind of need to think about a few things here and there. Just taking away that thought process just by making it the weapon itself makes it so she does that. That kind of just sounds fucking dumb as fuck. I'll be honest. Hey, listen, they're making all the characters easy, dude. They are making all the characters easy. Aponia was the beginning of the easiness. I don't even know what the fuck this thing does. Use melee attacks. It's crazy that I don't have a melee attack. We'll just sit here like this, I guess. Has I don't do my skill? Well, what I mean is, like, it's in terms of the actual, like, gameplay that you are doing, sorry. So it's like the turret form in Vilv, or for Vilv, sorry, is very much like you just kind of sit there holding a button and moving around. That's what I mean. Like, the actual building up of it is kind of there. But I mean, like, having gameplay... What the fuck is happening in this fight? Having the actual gameplay of just holding a button is just kind of not like the smartest move I've ever thought of having, you know, or the smartest thing I've thought of having in a game. Aponia just can take your hands off the keyboard whilst you're in your damage phase, but you also can't be punished for it because you take less damage as well. How the fuck do I get a collapse here? Is that it? There we go, that's it apparently. Okay, we might get it. No, we're not gonna get this. Great job, Fischl. Great job, Eden. I feel like more attacks should be able to be collapsed. I feel like more attacks should cause the collapse. I feel like it's very rare. I guess that maybe doesn't incentivize using quantum characters. Maybe not. Maybe not. Herrscher of Reason in bike mode. Need to tap, so you get it tapped quite frequently. Sorry, wait. Herrscher of Reason needs to tap, so you get to tap frequently. Oh, well, okay. So, okay, if I'm... Again, I think it's... I don't know exactly how it works, which is probably the reason that I'm kind of criticizing it, but it's like, if it's like her bike mode in her burst or in her ultimate, but just you can get it through her skill, then that's fine. I don't really care about that, because you kind of need to constantly move around. You need to be tapping it. You need to be, you know, you still have to dodge. You know, that's fine. I'm more concerned when it becomes something like Vilvi or Aponia, where you just kind of hold the buttons down. You don't really have to care about what's happening around you, right? Vilvi's, for the most part, in an actual thing, Elysian Realm not included, for the most part, just you don't really have to care about what's happening. And as well as Aponia, she gets like a massive damage reduction. Okay, we failed, that's fine. That's fine. How to shoot Vilvi's, charge, attack, and shoot endlessly. Exactly. Right, so yeah, that if it actually becomes a bit more active and is like you actually feel like you're doing something, sure, why not? Absolutely. But like, let's not get more Aponia gameplay. Level 87, boys. We hit level 87. What a momentous occasion. And we don't really get rewarded, dude. What are these cringy ass rewards, dude? What is this? What is this? Garbage. Wafers? I don't need wafers. I need 1 billion crystals. Cheers, game. But we did it, boys. We did it. Level 88. How long have we been playing? 155 days. Quite a long time. Quite a long time. That's right. That's not bad. That's not bad. Alright. How many months is that? That's 4 months. No, almost 5 months. No. Yeah, 5 months. Yeah, 5 months. Can't fucking calculate. Cool. You get to drift on a bike, and I think in chapter 32 or when final goes, I think we get to use Herrscher of Thunder, or sorry, Herrscher of Reason with new weapon anyway. Oh yeah, much like Herrscher of Thunder. You know, much like Herrscher of Thunder, you'll just get to use the character because the weapon is being introduced canonically, right? It's a canonical introduction of the weapon, which is fine. It's like what Bronya's gonna play a pretty big part in the next chapter, I'm assuming, because of this. Has the reset happened? No, reset happens at another time. It happens at 8 o'clock. Honkai's reset, dude. Dude. God damn, you're loud. God damn, you're loud. Oh my god, look at my gems, almost 1200. I've actually tried to I tried to calculate it, actually. I didn't do this. Right now, because we need 30,000 gems. I might as well do the maths right now. I need 30,000 gems. Well, thank you. Congratulations. Thanks, kids. 5 months. How does time goes by? It's felt pretty short, I guess. Kind of, maybe. Okay, I've got 7 rolls. I'm going to calculate how many rolls I have right now for a Aponia's skin, if one of my pens can work. I guess I could use, like, Notepad. Actually, this pen is actually empty of ink. And I missed the bin. Alright, fair enough. Try to get this other pen from underneath my monitor. Alright, do you have ink? Yes, you do. Alright, 7 of those bad boys. Then we have 5 of these. Plus 5. Bam. 6. Okay, then we have 6 of these. Plus 6. What's that? 11, 18 times 280. 18 times 280. Extra 5,000. 5,040. Bam. Boy, bada bing, bada boom. So I have 11,999 plus 5,040. That is 20. That is 17,000 gems, right? Or 17,000 gems worth of rolls, which is pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But actually, no, I think the standard banner is worth 200 rolls, so I guess that doesn't count, actually, towards that high. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, yikes. Anyway, I think let's do the event. Let's do the event. We'll look at Ether Gazer a bit later in the stream. We'll look at Ether Gazer a bit later. I think we'll blast through the event because I don't think I have much more to go. Not really. Just have the island and all these last few stages here. So we'll blast through this, and then I'm gonna take probably about an hour or maybe 2 even to just look at all of the Ether Gazer stuff. It depends on how long it takes me to look through it and talk about it. And you get another month to reach 30k. Yeah, let's hope I can do it. Let's hope I can do it. I just need to be good at video games. We're going to turn off, or at least turn down the music a bit more. Turn down the music whilst we, Alright. An accident. I'm too hungry and too sleepy to process anything right now. See you later, Cares. Thank you so much for stopping by at the start. Really appreciate it, man. Get some rest. Get some well-deserved rest. There are all kinds of marine life here. Look, Captain, a giant fish. This place is like an aquarium. Can't believe her shot of sentience did this all by herself. It's impossible to build such a massive amusement park in just a few days. Maybe the facilities were here from the beginning and so they just modified them to put a few decorations in. I mean, this building belonged to a game company, so it's normal for it to have some recreational facilities. It's not normal at all. Don't you feel it's strange? But I like this place. I've only seen these recreational facilities in books, and I've always wanted to try them. Let's make the most of this opportunity then. After we win the championship, we'll have a nice celebration. Any particular place you want to go? There are a lot of them, but there's one I wish to go to the most. Where is it? Remain silent. She watched two small jellyfish on the side of the glass, waving their tentacles to swim upward. She looked a bit sad at the moment. What's wrong? Shook her head. It's okay, we can talk after we win the championship. Okay. Alright, merry-go-round, let's check, let's, looks like we'll have a fun, cool collection of pictures. Okay. Check out this photo, Celia, your eyes were closed when you were on the roller coaster. Oh, so we're doing all the rides through text? Surely a picture can go a long way, right? Surely, like, some sort of sequence of pictures can really represent what's happening very well, instead of a standing image of Sealy and then just words is telling us that we've been on a roller coaster. That's because the wind was too strong. Stop looking at the photos. All right, let's go find the Hirsch of Sentience for the final duel. Did you enjoy yourselves? Had so much fun, except for the roller coaster with no safety belts. Okay, think of it this way. It is part of the exciting challenge that this contest gave you. Feel better? Not at all. Your amusement park was like a million safety hazards, and that roller coaster, you call that 800 meters per hour? Senti, we've finished our task. Yeah, we've collected all the pictures. When's the final one-on-one? Okay, let's line up for the duel. Before it starts, let me put the stamp in a safe place. What's wrong? My stamp, where did I put it? I just saw it a minute ago. Does this mean we're never going to pass the advanced zone? Yes, Rosa, not just us, but all the players have no chance to pass anymore. Last time I saw the stamp was on the street near the building, which means that the stamp might have been lost in the amusement park. Which areas of the park have you been to? So many, the roller coaster area, SeaWorld, and Homu World. The entire amusement park. Guess we'll have to have a blanket search. Imagination? Nah, dude. No, just give me a picture. Listen, game. You go the extra mile. You have to go the extra mile, video game. I'm not going to go the extra mile of imagining Celia on a roller coaster, because what's the roller coaster look like? What kind of design? What's the wind? What's the temperature? What is the general aesthetic of the roller coaster for me to imagine it? Enemies will regen HP quickly. Why? Why? Bro, they regen quickly. They regen it instantly, almost. Dude, they literally going from 0 to 100 real quick. They're not dying. They're just not... Okay. There's a difference between quickly and then instantly. Come on, game. Can't do this to me. And then these guys just dodge bullets for like... Oh my god, these guys are terrible. Alright, this event... I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. This event's garbage. Nah, I take it back. But... it's interesting that they put the Shadow Dancer here. An enemy that can attain immortality through just dodging. And they put it here when they have health regen. That's an interesting choice. Very interesting. Not that I'm complaining. I can do this because I'm an absolute mega Chad OP man. But, you know. Merry-go-round. No stamp here. Silly, how are things on your side? I didn't see it either. Looks like it's not here either. The Void Helion Habitat. No upgrade Pokemon? They still do a lot of damage, but I guess I'll do it. How many levels is that? 1? God damn, do they need a lot of levels. What can it go up to? Like, what, 10? 15? What are we at right now? 15. You know what, though? I'm gonna say it. It's not Pokemon, is it? Bro, where's the Charizard? Where's my Charmeleon? Where's the Bulbasaur? Where's the other one of those three? Who's the other one? Squirtle. Where's Squirtle, dude? Where's I don't know many Pokemon, dude. Where's fucking Vespoid? No, that's Monster Hunter. Where's Pikachu? Pikachu? Where's Pika Pika? Where's the Pikanator? Tangela. I know Tangela for reasons that I will not disclose. Where's another? What's another one? It's a Weedle. Wordle. No, not Wordle. Weedle. Weeder. Weed. Okay, there's Weed. Rayquaza. I know that one because that's a legendary. Or what are they called in Pokemon? Are they called legendary Pokemon? Yeah, they are. I know Rayquaza. I know Arceus or Arceus, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I also know Chimchar. Chimchar's good. Mudkip. Mudkip is great. Okay, stop with the Pokemon naming. I'll resume in a bit. No stamp here. Let's look somewhere else. Cha-cha. Lurking Perils. A Honkai beast popped out of nowhere and blocked a way to defeat it. Oh, it's Benares. So yeah, Mudkip. I don't know. Trico. Yes, Trico. I know Trico now. Okay. I'm trying to think of the ones that went alongside Rayquaza. They've got fucking weird ass names. But so is Rayquaza, so you know that's not really an excuse. The Rock one, Rockman, Rocker, Machop, Machamp, and Machoke. That's the trio, or that's the brothers, or whatever they are, evolutions. What's the rock guy called? Ground. Damn. Dwayne? Ah, true. Oh, you got me, King. You got me. Yeah, true. Dwayne. Fuck, I don't know many Pokemon. What's the mime? Mimic. Mima. Is it Mima? Mima sounds right to me. Is it Mima? No, they wouldn't call it. Surely they wouldn't call a mime Pokemon Mima, but it does sound moderately okay to correct. Mr. Mime. Oh, true, it is. Oh, it is Mr. Mime, right? No? I don't know. I think you're lying now. But no, like, okay, wait. I'm testing my brain now. Naming Pokemon. Hold up. I'm trying to name the starters. Slither? No, Scyther. Scyther is another one. Ekans, because that's snake backwards. And what's the other one? Cobra? Cobra Reebok? Cobra Arbok. That's the one, Arbok. Because I know those ones, because that's a funny thing. Snake backwards and Cobra backwards. Is the snake guns. What's the pineapple tree? Isn't the pineapple tree an egg Pokemon? No, there's an egg Pokemon, which is just a basket of eggs. Togepi? No, that's the actual egg. No, that's the walking egg. Machop? No, that's the other one. Magikarp. Yeah, then Giratodus. Giratodus is the evolution of that. Giratodus. God. What? Okay, maybe let's go through Ash's Pokemons. He has like a Charizard. He has a Pikachu. He has a what's that flying one? The red and black and white bird that's flies. Starmie? No, that's a starfish, right? Starmine? What's the... Oh, Pidgeotto. And Pidgeot. And then there's another... That's like a bird. There's Mew and Mewtwo. Yeah, Mew and Mewtwo, that's an easy one. That's a good one as well. What are the legendary like elemental birds? Zapdos. I know Zapdos because that's an easy one. Fucking hell. They don't make this hard, dude. They don't make this easy. Sorry. Fucking hell. Moltres. That's the fire one. There's the ice one though. Fuck. Oh, Giratina. I know Giratina. Because that's actually the Pokemon I played. Ho-Ho and Lugia. I believe Lugia is the name. I played the Ho-Ho one the most. Gold. I think that's gold. Giratina, that's in Platinum. Oh yeah, then there's Diamond and Pearl, which is Palkia and Diamond. What's his name? What's the fucking weird... What's the Diamond one name? There's Palkia. That's an easy one. And that's Pearl. Who's the Oh, he's got a weird name, doesn't he? Geodude. Dialga. That kind of sounds right. It does sound right. I can't confirm nor deny though. But let's go with it. And then there's after Ho-Ho and Silver. Sorry, after Ho-Ho and Lugia. I don't know any of them because they were added after. But what's that Pokemon that transforms into a vacuum cleaner? Right? I don't know the Pokemon that transforms into a vacuum cleaner. Like no, Onix is another one. Onix. Onix and what's the other rock serpent? Onix and Opal? No. Or Oryx? Onix and Oryx? Oh, it's another O. Rotom. Eosophilia, Snorlax, Caterpie, Steelix. Is it Steelix? That sounds cringe. No way it's Steelix. What? That sounds cringe as hell. Onix sounds pretty alright because it's a cool thing, but Steelix? Might just call it Ionix. Goldix. Oh, dude, come on. It is Onyx? Fuck. What's another one? There's I think I've missed a few. What's the dogs, right? Because there's a bunch of dogs in the game. And there's a lot of the series of dogs from Eevee. Here we go. The Eevee evolutions. I think I know a lot of them. Umbreon is one of them. Umbreon. That's the cool looking one, right? And then Vaporeon. Vaporeon is the water one. And then Flareon, fire. Zapor. No, it's not Zaporeon, right? What's the lightning one? Zapatron. Fuck, I don't know the lightning Eevee one. And then there's Entei. Entei's Sukune. I don't know, dude. I don't fucking know. Let me continue with this story for a second. No stamp here. Let's look somewhere else. Cha-cha. Thanks, game. Oh. Oh, Jolteon. And what's the pink one? The pink Eevee evolution. The pink Eevee evolution is a different one. It doesn't follow the Ultion or the Teon nomenclature, right? Like one of them is weird. I swear it. Sylveon? Oh, it does follow Eon? But that's the pink one? I thought it was I thought it was different. Espeon, espionage. And then Groudon, right? That's one of them. That's not one of the EVs, but Groudon is... Oh, fuck, who is that the red one alongside Rayquaza? Is that from Pokemon Red? Groudon? I think it is. She's the fairy type? Ah, okay, I don't know any types. I just think you could say anything. You could say, like, Candy Floss type, and I'll be like, oh, fair enough. What's the blue one? What's the whale? The whale has a fucking name. The whale. I don't know this whale guy. Whale Lord? Kyogre. Whale Lord, though, is a guy. Whale Lord is my favorite one. No, it's not. But I do like whales. What? The octopus, man. The octopus one. Octopus. Diglett and Dig Trio. Right? That's a good one. I got those in Pokemon on Minecraft Pokemon. What's the raccoon? What's the raccoon called? Raccuno? Raccoon? I can't remember the raccoon's name. But then there's like the sand ones, right? The sand ones. There's like a sand rat, a mole. No, the mole guys is a Doug Trio or whatever. But it's like then there's the sand guy with the right. He's got a weird name. Humphrey? No. Humpback. There's the humpback. There's the humpback guys. Oh, what's that legendary lava one with it's like a weird shape. The legendary lava Pokemon. That's like a kind of like a hulking weird forward guy. Like he hulks forward. What's his name? He has like a fucking weird name. He's. I remember I had him in one game. I don't know how. I don't think I got him, but I had him in something. God, there's so many fucking Pokemon. There's so many goddamn Pokemon. Is it a new one? I'm not sure. No, it's old. It's like it was in Platinum. It was in Platinum. God damn, they need to stop creating Pokemon. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's too many of them. I should be able to list the amount of Pokemon there are in a game on my hands. 10. Give me 10 Pokemon. That's it. Nothing less, nothing more. Continue on with the story for a second, though. Come, Cherry. We've searched this place. It seems familiar, like coffee. Is that home is joyful dining ahead? Yummy food. Let's get something to eat. But we haven't found the stamp. Come on, don't mind the stamp for now. It's a huge place. We need stuff to do for our bellies. Washroom. I can still call her. Seems like we can only look at the restaurant from now. I'll go get food for you. Relax. Can I? Oh, I feel like I'm a kindergarten teacher now. I'll have a home snack combo. I'll have that too. Alright, got it. Didn't expect to see a hopeful German dining here. Looks like it's really popular. Wait, did we see it the last time we came here? Oh, it's a conspiracy. Psyduck? Which duck one is that? Is that the small meme duck or is that the big blue duck? Because I know there's two of them, right? Oh, the Abracadabra and Alakazam. Boom! Got him! Yes! Abracadabra, Alakazam! God, I love those two. 3. How many of them? Heatran. I'll have to get an image. I'll look up that name. Hold up. Heatran. Yeah. Yeah, Heatran. That's that weirdo. Heatran's a weird looking Pokemon. Oh my god. Look at this thing. Hold up. Let me get it back up. Look at how weird this thing is. Like, what is it? Like, you can't, like, make a semblance of a Pokemon from this. Oh, sorry, of an animal, right? Like, what animal is this based off of? Like, what? It's actually, yeah. It was really forgettable. I didn't forget him, dude. I remembered him. I just didn't remember his name. Oh, God. I'm trying to remember all the legendaries as well, because I know there's a lot. There's a lot of legendaries. There's so many Pokemon, man. And we're missing like a billion of them, but yeah. Like there's like a I don't know. Latios and Latias. Those are the red and blue like weird like duck things, right? Like weird duck things. I know those two, but not like I didn't know their name. But yeah, they're weird ducks, right? The wind chimes on the door jingled. Let me focus on the story for now. It was quiet in the diner as usual. In the dim light, Rita was sat by the dining table, resting her cheek in her hand. She looked up when she heard footsteps. We meet again, Captain. Before her were a dessert and 2 cups of hot coffee, as if she knew I'd come here. So you own this store. I wonder if you just moved the store at Honkai Ranch over here. Haha, good joke, Captain. Is it so strange that we have multiple branches in this city? Huh, you're right. I'll have 4 Homu snack combos to go. No, make it 5. 5 Homu snack combos? Coming right up. Instead of getting up and preparing the order, Rita nudged the coffee towards me with her signature smile. It's been a long and tough ride. Why don't you take a short break and enjoy some coffee with me? It's a nice thought, but right now I've got other business at hand. You don't need to prepare the food. Don't worry, it won't take long. Please be seated, Captain. I pulled the chair out and sat down, not knowing what to say. My eyes started to drift. Talk about the weather. Frankly, I didn't even know if it had gotten dark outside. Tell a funny story? I could only think of the Hershov Sentin's story, and I doubted she'd be interested. Your confusion shows on your face, actually. When you are thinking hard, Captain. Huh? Really? Why don't we talk about the Beast Tamer Championship? Hold up. Okay, you can't see her boobs. Cringe. Why would Captain team up with Seely? I just wanted to catch up with the other contestants. Honestly, we didn't catch even one beast at first, but I guess the 2 of us can catch more than just me alone. Seely always wanted to win the championship, and she always worked hard for it. I want to help her and win it together. Captain has such a gentle heart. King, naming off Pokemon. Relicanth, Corsola. They just sound like diseases now. But you didn't seem to understand my question. I meant to ask if Captain still remembered what happened before the championship. Before the competition? For example, how the competition began or what you did before it began. I remember I was standing on the street. It was hot and the cicadas were chirping, and I felt like a black hole had consumed all of my relevant memories. I could only recall broken fragments and meaningless words. They had nothing to do with the competition. Let me correct you, Captain. It's not that you forgot. The memory wasn't there to start with. So, Captain, why would you be with her? Well, I don't know. Captain, you've noticed the impossibilities in this world already, so why refuse to admit it? Please follow your heart and think carefully. You'll know. That very instant, I began to hear the sound of many whispers in my head. Like the chirps of cicadas, the voices overlapped and grew louder and louder. It's impossible to build such a massive amusement park in just a few days. The advanced zone is so quiet, it's like no one lives here. Clear night sky, cool breezes, boundless sea, as if summer never ends in this city. Invisible wall, does this reasoning apply to real life? How can you say something so baffling with a straight face? How can you communicate with this Honkai beast? It's been mumbling nothing but 2 meaningless syllables. The natural environment of this city is really nice, though. The blue sky looks like a painting. Like a painting. A fake painting. Fake. But everything that happened and everyone that I saw all seemed so real. You're the biggest miracle in my life. Whose voice is this? It sounds so familiar. That's her voice. A part of my heart began to ache violently. I don't care. I'll keep waiting. I know she's been waiting for me, and I've never stopped looking for her. But who is she? I struggled to breathe in air, like a fish out of water. I tried to sip the coffee and calm myself down, but my hands were shaking uncontrollably. You must have a lot of questions, Captain. Where is this place? And who are you? Who am I isn't important. What's important is... Captain! The sound of hasty footsteps interrupted. Seely! Captain, why are you here? We were looking for the stamp, don't you remember? I can't believe you're here drinking coffee. Actually, Alright, let's go. Rosa said they found the stamp. We should join them, Captain. We can finish this conversation another day, Captain. No, wait. I have some questions. There's no hurry, Captain. The answers to all the questions will surface eventually. You just need to have some patience. Well, until next time, Captain. Skill lock? Oh, shit. I'm on Blackhorn Booba. I am re-energized. Lugia and Ho-Ho, they are indeed Pokemons. This, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really understand what's happening. I don't really know, like, is all of... Just a quick clarification, because I don't actually care about the Captain verse, but is all of the Captain verse events essentially just the Captain being put into a simulation in the real world? So in the real world, the Captain is there and they just get put into a simulation, which is what we experience, and at the end of the thing we just get told that it was some sort of simulation. Is that essentially all that the Captain verse is? Because that's what Fallen Rosemary felt like, at least. That's what I got out of it. And that's what I feel like I'm getting out of this, is that we're trying to fucking bridge some sort of gap between some sort of simulation and reality or something. Let's hope this isn't too hot again. I'm scared to drink it, it's too hot. And one more skill can be locked in. Clear to expand the skill lock capacity to 1. Not to 2. Tap confirm. Yeah, I don't understand, but fair enough. Nope, maybe. Okay, so I'm just gonna take it. Whatever's happening here, not real. This way, we'll rendezvous with the 2 brats once we cross the home of old. Captain? Why are you sweating so much? We can walk slow or take a break if you want. I'm okay, don't worry, I just feel there's something very wrong with this place. Oh, Seely, do you remember what happened before the contest started? Before? Oh, do you mean the time when you prepared lots of gear but the organizers confiscated it all? Or when you were too excited to sleep the night before the contest but leaned against me, snoring loudly on our way to the host city? I did. I don't remember it at all. That's not what I meant. I meant what happened earlier than those things. Earlier, you meant the time you hit your head on the glass door at the signed-up venue? Or that time you fell into your own trap when you were practicing your beast capturing skills? Never mind, that's enough reminiscing. So I'm the only one who can't remember a thing. I can't believe the tacky memory loss story is actually happening to me. What can you remember, Captain? My only memory is that someone is waiting for me and I have to find her, but I don't remember who she is. Cha-cha! Captain, you're finally here. Did you bring my homemade snack? Captain is slow as snail. I forgot, sorry, I'll buy you a one next time. Next time it is, pinky swear. I just bought you to a big cream cake. Why are you still looking for food? It's alright, Rosa, Idiotka's fault. Didn't have any either. I'm the only one put it there because I thought I was going to play on the slide. Cake ruined my dress. I'm wearing my cold clothes. We're going to make up for anything. Alright, quit bickering. There's a problem. Looked in our direction. She indicated a giant Honkai beast found asleep. Honkai beast, good eye. Park. Bad doggy would play with the stamp. Guess I'll need to buy him some new chew toys. What's wrong with that? Lava Emperor rolled over snoring. The Lava Emperor? Guess we need someone nimble and agile to snatch the stamp without making it up. Or waking it up, rather. So the question is, who can do it? I've got most of the Captain stuff. What I understand, the Captain verse thing is the Captain transfers his mind to someone else, like Conan Doyle and Rosemary Florograph. And this one might be the same too. Yeah, so kind of what I was getting at is just it's a different world that has no essential weight. The bigger question is, I don't know. I guess I just don't care for it, and that's why I don't really try to wrap my head around it. Yeah, it is what it is. It's probably fine. I'm not going to care too much. The biggest question is how the fuck is Rita always there? But I don't care. So it is what it is, eh? I'm sure it has an explanation. What? But okay, I guess I should clarify. Or sure, I should ask for clarification. Is that the Honkai or the Captain verse isn't over per se, right? It doesn't have like a conclusive event, right? I'm assuming it doesn't have like an ending quite yet, at least, or it might eventually, but not quite yet. Lava Emperor didn't expect to break so easily. That's because your fighting skills are solid. Did I? Anyway, here's your stamp. Thanks a lot. It's really hard for me to say this through trouble, but you'll still have to fight me for the test. Can't say you just stand on manuals. All you gotta do is move a few fingers and we'll make it to the final challenge. Can't break the rules. And go easy on you when we fight. How about that? fine. Alright, easy time. You fight little girl. My stick says 2. What about you, Captain? Same. Woohoo. I knew it'd be teammates. So Lily and I will have to go first. Please follow me to the final trial grounds right ahead. You two rascals wait for me. It's a place. A theater. Theater of domination, obviously. Watch out, Lily. Ah. Fair enough. Her reflexes kicked in before she had time to think. Before her, it was too late. Rosalia dashed in front of Lilia and blocked the mighty blow with her great sword. You're getting slow. Huh? Her sword had felt heavily sore, but Rosalia was still confident she could handle it. This stranger with a deadly blade looked like a ninja, and a mask prevented Rosalia from seeing her face. But somehow the stranger felt familiar. Maybe not exactly friendly, but definitely not hostile. You're a ninja. Can you really see anything from behind a mask? You shouldn't be here. Rosalia's eyes lost focus for a brief moment, and then she began to smile. You don't have to remind me of that. Rosa, I'm here to help you. Stay away, this one is dangerous. No, I can't let you fight her alone. Hey, who are you? Back off. Don't worry about me, you guys get out of here, I can handle this. I see, you still like helping irrelevant people. That's none of your business. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to mind your business. Rather, I'm just wanted to remind you to leave. I heard you, that's enough chit-chat. Hey, so why are you two fighting all of a sudden? Can we talk about it? Don't get in my way. Huh? How can you talk to me like this? Who do you think you are? I'm the final boss, alright? And you're not stealing my thunder. More trouble. Yeah, guess I'll have to calm you down first. Before Rosalia could finish speaking, the ninja in black knocked her out with a knife hand strike. Rosa! What do you want? Stop! And drop the kid. Looks like you'll have to teach you a lesson the hard way today. Only there because the first ever Captain Verse event is Rita's birthday, which is a small event, I think. She's here because she's the main heroine for the Captain, and she's responsible to wake up the Captain once the objective in the current bubble universe is completed. Uh-huh. I see. Yeah, okay. Okay. No, I understand, It really just has no relevance. Relevance to, like... Oh, sorry, no, not relevance. It has... I have no care for the event. Yeah, that's what I'm boiling it down. It's just so kind of out of the blue and kind of irrelevant to the greater scheme of things that I just don't care. So that's kind of what I've summed it up to. Which is fair enough. If you care about this event, go for it. I'm just not going to care that much. Channel Homer Labs has released a new video about explaining the Honkai finale part 2 is not the end of Honkai. Cool, Misanthrope. Power to him. Either way, I will just ignore this whole Captain Verse stuff and until Ho decide to make it a real thing. Hey, same, dude. Absolutely the same. I just don't... the thing is, though, it's so kind of out of... The Captain Verse stuff just feels so out of, like, kind of pocket in comparison to the rest of the game that it kind of just doesn't feel like it's worth listening to. Like, there's probably going to be some relevance whenever, but it's like, it just doesn't feel relevant now, so I just don't care now. Like, I want to care now. They already stated they're going to continue the story for 6 more years. True and real. True and real, they didn't, in fact, say that they would continue the story for another 6 years. That is amazingly hot. Extreme slide, I need to sneeze. She went that way. That's the pier. Where's she taking Rosalia? Don't know, she just showed up out of the blue and everything she said was like a puzzle. What does she want? I have to find Rosa no matter where she is. Rosa idiotka. Alright, there's no time for whining. Come on, let's go. Happy spin. What does this give me? I need Hephaestus. I need to sneeze, holy shit. God, I need it to just come out. Finally made it. I saw them right over there. Hey, stop right there, don't make me chase you. The boat carrying the unconscious Rosalia and the ninja head towards the island and slowly disappeared into the night. It's no use, the boat has gone far and we've lost it. We can take another boat. Well, hey, that's not the only boat, is it? Where do you think the pirate ships in the park come from? Darn it, without a boat, I'll just swim across. Hey, don't be silly, you'll never catch them even if you swim fast. We don't have to swim, I have an idea. How about we fly across? Captain, are you joking? My Jingwei has wings, but it can't fly far, let alone take all of us. No, look over there. That's Benares. Oh, that's bold, but I like it. Oh, that's bananas! Enemies take 100% more ice damage. Well, don't mind if I do a bit of a switcheroonski here, boys. You should see to understanding how storytelling Honkai should be. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? I should watch the video to understand how the story is told? Not necessarily. The game should do that for me. The game should portray it in a way that is understandable instead of me having to decipher it. You know, if it is a story told, you know, there's only a few exceptions to this, and one of them is, let's say, From Software games. Right, the Captain-verse has no relevance right now. I think the only Captain-verse related event that I fully understand and enjoy the story so much is Arc City event with Bronny. I think that one's okay, because the only time it really brings in the fact that it is a Captain-verse event is at the end, right? It doesn't really do anything in between to kind of add confusion. You know what I mean? Like, it's only at the end when it, like, it brings in the ninja that doesn't do this, like, fourth wall breaking bullshit where it kind of, like, brings in confusion. Whilst this one, it introduces Rita and she, like, acts all fucking suspicious and shit. Like, very, like, early on, it's, like, second stage or whatever. Then it's, like, it's kind of like, oh, well, okay, now I'm confused. Like, what is Rita doing? Why is she, like, acting like a sussy barker, dude? Like, what the hell's happening with there? Why is Rita just acting... Why is Osaka so big? What the... Why is he so blonde? That's true. Something I enjoy without the mention of the captain and all. Not even the mention of the captain, but it's just like... You know, the Bronny event feels like an event, and then at the end you find out that it's a bit more than an event. Whilst then, a lot of the other ones, Floriograph is a bit kind of up and down. Floriograph does it pretty alright, but it's just that the general theme of Floriograph feels like it's a main story in itself, but then it is an event, and it has very little relevance. So you can kind of easily just kind of feel like you are doing something super important, but then it's like, it isn't really. But like the Bronny one, doesn't really, it's just a fun joking one, but it's still moderately serious in terms of overall tone. Just a good one. Just a good one. Solid event. It does not feel like the enemy is taking 100% more ice damage, by the way. Only like Kong Ming event? I don't think I've played that one. I believe Kong Ming is Astrologos? Starlight Astrologos? Whoever the fuck that is. It's the chick that uses the harp zither thing, right? I don't know who that is. Yeah, I don't think I've played that one. And the Captain Verse is the Kongming Teresa one. Okay, there you go. Floriograph makes my brain melt. It's dealing with mystery and puzzles, which my brain can't process. And that's exactly it. I think that one is like super serious. It makes it feel super intense because it kind of deals with a serious kind of style and mystery and drama and moderate horror to an extent. But I don't know, just Captain Verse just like over the overall theme of Captain Verse. When I'm finished with the Captain Verse event, right? I'm gonna say this now. When I finish with the Captain Verse event, out of the ones that I've done, which is Floriograph Arc City, when I finish those ones, have I done another one? Well, now I'm doing this one. I just don't feel like it has any relevance, right? I've just sat there and I'm like, okay, that's cool. Whatever's happened is cool. I don't care though, right? Because I'm like, it just feels so out of the ordinary and out of like the blue that it's like, oh, okay, well, all right, fair enough. Can't really argue with it. It happened. But it just doesn't feel like it matters in any way. Let's continue though. Someone got up to the wrong side of the bed. We have no other choice. I'll draw its attention and you get on his back quickly. That won't be necessary. Hey buddy, look over here. The Hershey has tweaked your consciousness and now you think you're a plane. Good girl. It's that easy. Everyone hop on. Come on, Banaras, let's get them. Oh, we can get to level 20 now. I guess we should do that, right? Let's do that straight away. Let's get our buddies to level 20. I guess that was why I was doing so little damage, is because my guy's buffing lightning damage instead of ice damage. Actually, I guess maybe the Bronny one was the only event that I like. When I finished it, I kind of felt like, oh, this might have some relevance, because you actually get shown the captain or something. You get shown a guy who like looks important, right? You can at the very end, you get kind of shown something important in the grand scheme of things, right? Was that I don't think in the other one, that I played, which I can't remember the name of, Florograph, that's the one. I just don't think at the end there's much that happens that's important. You kind of just see fucking Rosario, Rita. Too many R's. You just see her there, and she's like, "Oh, what's up, Captain? Wakey, wakey, eggs and breaky." Just kind of doesn't feel impactful. Is that level 20? It is. Can I ask questions? Does Genshin characters have development that contribute to the main story? If yes, then when? What do you mean? Like, does a character at some point develop from now till then, and does that contribute to the main story? No. Because a character, if the character isn't the main character, then their development doesn't contribute to anything in the main story, right? Because let me tell you this right now. Alicia's character development doesn't contribute to the main story of this game, which is to eradicate Honkai. But her development from the start of Elysian Realm to being whatever she is doesn't contribute to the overarching theme of getting rid of Honkai. Her as a character does, but her transforming from, or us knowing about her as not the Herstra of human ego to becoming the Herstra of human ego, that as a factor doesn't contribute to anything to do with eradicating Honkai. So no game's character development contributes to the main story. A character can be developed throughout a main story, and that can be something nice that you appreciate. For example, Diluc being a hard ass at the start of the game, essentially transforming to a very endearing character and rather compassionate character right now in the current event. That's a character development that you can objectively look at and be, that's a cool character development. But no character's development, apart from the main characters, who in this game are Kiana, Mei, Bronya, and in the other game are the Archons and the Traveler and Paimon. They're the only ones that you can look at. Their character development probably has some sort of contribution to the actual outcome of the main story. Whilst everyone else is just there and you get to see their character development. Because if Diluc becomes nice, it doesn't mean that the Archons are going to be like, or the Fatui is going to become nice or something like that. So, there you go. There is character development, but no character development of any side character is necessarily impactful to the main story. In any game, by the way. What's this? What's this? Oh, is that the start? Wait. Isn't there meant to be a combat stage? Is this one? Ah, yes, this. Valkyrian support units deal ice damage. Ice bonus damage. Can I even make, Can I make the ice characters? Total. How do I make the ice characters? How do I get, if I go back here. Maybe if I go back here and, like, click this one. Do I get something? Oh, yeah, maybe I can get him now. No. Bronyo developed bigger boobs in AFO 2. That's a great one. That's a massive part of it. Even they involved in the story. Well, just because they're there doesn't mean they're important. Because, you know, Vesemir in The Witcher 3 is there. He's not overly important. Like, in the grand scheme of things. He's there. But he doesn't... He is the contributing factor to other people's development. His development itself doesn't contribute anything. Again, I'll go back to Diluc. He is a hard ass at the start of the game. He's very rude to everyone, no matter who you are. But now, in the current event, if you play through the story, you get to see that he's rather compassionate, rather nice, but also rather playful. So yes, there is character development, if that's your overarching question. There is character development. Fire damage. I don't have any fire damage, so we'll just have to do lightning damage, because it's not ice. Paimon maintain the same character development? Sorry, that's a bit of a paradox or a juxtaposition. You put maintained and then development in the same sentence. It doesn't make much sense. Do you mean that she's maintained the same kind of character throughout the whole thing, or do you mean that she has developed character? Which one do you mean? Oh shit, I should be using my abilities. Because, like, Paimon... She developed and maintained character development. Do you mean that she has become a developed character? Is that what you're saying? She has become a developed character, which I would agree to. She has become a better character and she has changed in a way, if that's what you're saying. You know, that's very prominent in the Sumeru story right now, at least. They're very prominent there. Probably subtly hinted at in other stories, but it's very prominent in the Sumeru story, with how she reacts at the end of Act 2. Formulas, here we go. Okay, there we go, here we go. Okay, we got the formula for Kumbhakana. Kumbhakana. What does that take? I need this guy and these guys. Sure. Oh. Boost damage dealt by two Psi enemies. And then SP regen. Ah, very nice. Kind of okay. Mid at best. We'll make another one. Because why not? How quantum enemies. Basic attacks. Psi enemies. Yes, okay, yeah, then I'd agree. I'd agree. Here's the thing. It's hard, it's slightly harder to gauge development for Genshin characters because, at least for me, how I view it now, is each city or each kind of like each area is its own story. And they are just connected by the fact that you go from one to another. But each one starts off with you being introduced to a bunch of characters and then being shit to you and hostile or whatever to you, and then them kind of becoming endearing to you by the end of it, right? And it's how they develop and what happens in between that is like the determining factor as to if they are a well-developed character, right? Is this the Durandal? Ranch manager's gift. Yeah. Right. So basically, that every mission / hangout character is Genshin is we only watching and helping them? Huh? What? So that every mission and hangout character in Genshin is we just watching and helping them. The hangouts have pretty much no relevance, by the way. The hangouts are dating sim. The hangouts have never been thought of as canonical or anything like that. So no is my final answer. You can view them as canonical if you want, but it's generally not perceived as anything actually important because nothing important actually happens in any of them. If you're talking about the actual character quests that only 5-star characters have, then they are, to some degree, character development. Let's go. Okay, how do I get this one character? Is that it? What do you want? Obtain another Void Hellion. No. If it's filler, it won't consider character development to me. Okay. Okay. I can only accept that. Well, you know, there's no accepting. If that's how you view it, that's how you view it. Sorry. But if I'm to say my take on that is essentially, if it's to the main story, and if the character is meant to be important to the main story, and you want their character to be developed in regards to the main story, and then that they aren't developed in the main story but in a filler, then sure. Right? Sure, I agree with that. But if you want overall character development in terms of how the character is and their personality, then you kind of have to take into consideration filler, because filler essentially is all of the character-specific quests, right? So Zhongli's 2 quests, Venti's quests, the 2 Raiden Shogun quests. Yeah, the 2 does she have 2? I don't know. But yeah, those are filler, right? I would take that in consideration if I'm looking at the character and trying to see who they are and I guess how they develop from one side of a story to the other side of a story. But if you're talking in regards to just the Archon quest, then I, for the most part, agree with you that they should be developed from here to there. The 5-star character, is that just we watched or what? No, we're there with them for the most part. No, we're there. If you look at Xiao's quest, you kind of go with him as you solve kind of like a mystery. And you see how he approaches. You see how he changes approaches and approaches life rather. And we're there to watch him. I guess we are watching him. We are watching. Yeah, we as the player are watching a story. Yes, that is the answer to my question or to your question. We are watching a story in both these games. Void Hellion, War Machine. Bro, I just want to get the Sakura here. Can I get a Sakura, please? Increased ice damage. I think, honestly, this lady will be able to do it faster than the other one. Mr. Throw, just as a point of reference, I believe as to what you're actually trying to imply here is the difference in actual storytelling type between 2 games. Genshin is a bit more akin to a self-insertion story, whilst Honkai isn't a self-insertion story. In Genshin, you can, as yourself, you can insert yourself into the traveler's position, and there wouldn't be too much conflict in terms of how you approach things, or too much kind of difficulty of doing that. Whilst in Honkai, there's absolutely no way to self-insert yourself. There's no character that you can actually do it to, except for the captain, but the captain has no relevance in the grand scheme of things. So I feel like that's kind of a bit more what you're trying to pick at here, which is just 2 different things, or 2 different ways of telling a story. And both are fine. Let's get that out of the way right now. Both are fine, right? Both have had successful things. Witcher and Skyrim, respectively, have both been marginally successful games in either one. Skyrim being the self-insertion role, and with The Witcher being the third person, you are watching a story unfold role. So both are wildly successful types of ways of telling a story. 50 seconds to do this. I don't know if we'll be able to do it, but we'll try. Taking lightning to Helmaru might have been a mistake then. Helmaru. I should be able to get another set of guys, cooldowns, pals, are they called? Witcher and Skyrim share the world? No, absolutely not. Did I say that by accident? Absolutely not. No. They are 2 different worlds, 2 different games completely. Sorry, I just used them individually as an example of 2 different storytelling types. My apologies if I said they were the same world. I did not mean that. Skyrim is a self-insertion type story where you are the Dragonborn and you have no name. You are just a prisoner randomly just on a cart, and you have no name, and you create your own name, create your own character, and then you have no voice, and you yourself as the player are the person. You yourself as the player are the character in the game, the Dragonborn, and you make every decision. If you want to kill this guy, you can kill this guy. If you want to not kill this guy, you don't have to kill this guy. If you want to choose this, if you want to sneak around and do it this way, you can. If you want to go in balls deep and fight everything however you want, you can. That is a self-insertion type story, or a first-person type story, if you want to call it that. where your decisions, there we go, there she is, finally got her, thank you. Where your choices are the choices that the character makes. Witcher, on the other hand, a completely different series and a completely different game and IP, is a third person. We are watching the story as the player are completely separate from the game. There's no way to self-insert yourself to make it feel like you are in any way. And you are just watching Geralt of Rivia's story unfold as you play through it. Now you can, in The Witcher specifically, you can kind of alter some choices here and there, but there is something called a true ending. If you've played, you know, some visual novels, I believe they are. I think visual novels have true endings, but also subsequent optional endings that aren't the true ending. But if you want this ending for yourself, you can get this ending, right? The Witcher has one true ending, but there are multiple endings, and that's where the choices come in. But generally speaking, it has a story that you follow, a story that you view, start to finish. You have no self-insertion capabilities, and if you do somehow manage to self-insert, fucking good job, you pulled off a miracle. Sorry, but I do apologize if I did say that they were the same. They are not. They are not. But in terms of popularity, they are roughly similar. In terms of general popularity, they are extremely similar in terms of popularity. This now means I should be able to attempt this because I have two characters. I don't have Benares, but I have these two guys. So I should be able to switch this to this, and then switch this to enhanced boost ice damage from Valkyries and support units by 23% when deployed. Combo attack. Well, I'm hoping. And then this guy, SP regen. Oh, actually, they're not leveled up. I need to go level them up really quickly. Where are they? You. Level 9. Actually, that's not a bad sucker, to be honest. With ice damage on it, it is good. Yeah, and as for how this correlates to Genshin and Honkai, Honkai is the Witcher example. You know, you are watching a story unfold, whilst Genshin is an attempted Skyrim example where you are the character in the story. I've talked about it in a video before, the Genshin versus Honkai storytelling, but that was a very poor telling by me. I should definitely remake that video a bit better. But yeah, that video kind of, in a sense, shows or portrays exactly what I mean by Genshin and how it does it. It's an attempted at it, an attempted first-person storytelling, but it doesn't do it overly great because of certain choices they make. God, they really made this process. Okay, Honkai does not know how to do this. They do not know how to let you level up things in an event. Holy fuck, they do it so good in the base game, but whenever you have to do it in an event, you have to just level up. You have to use like one material at a time. It's like, imagine if in Genshin you have to use one goddamn mystic or enhancement at a time. You have to use a total of 900 per weapon. It's like, fuck my life. Jesus Christ! They really made it as tedious as fucking possible. Oh, I'm not even gonna level up the other guy. He can just fucking sit at level 1. There's a no bite. It's just odd that they do this, like, because they had it for those chapters in the story. I can't remember what chapters they are again. But they had it for those chapters in the story, and then they have it for, like, the events. And it's like, bruh, come on. You can do so much better than this. You can do so much better than this. Come on, man. Okay. Just give me a slider. Give me a slider or something. Hello? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, chapter 11 and 12. Yeah, the ones, yeah, those ones where you had to like gacha the characters in the actual like chapter, but it was just miserable. Yeah, those fucking things. terrible. They were terrible. Come on, let me get it. There we go. Nice. Or maybe Pokemon game upgrade is also 1x1? Well, no, you don't level up Pokemon by just, by using materials on them. You level them up by combat. I know that much about Pokemon. And any amount of, like, UI upgrading you do to a Pokemon is usually, like, changing abilities and kind of moving them around, but you're not actually, like, leveling them up using materials. So, no, it's not like Pokemon. Unfortunately, can't use that excuse that it's like Pokemon. I would have loved to. I would have loved to use the excuse that they made it as realistic as they possibly could to Pokemon, but sadly that isn't the case. All of Pokemon's leveling up comes from, just battles, per se. Well, maybe not all of it. I guess there is Lucky Candy, but I'm pretty sure you can use as many Lucky Candy as you want per thing. Okay. Thank God Alicia can just permanent CC, right? Thank God for Alicia's permanent CC. Has he ever not been frozen this whole fight? Jesus Christ. He only just spawned and he's not moved an inch. He hasn't moved an inch. Okay. Oh, that's bright in my eyes, and he's dead. Alright. That was a terrible score, but damn. Easy. This is way too hot. This whole cup is just not emitting any heat. Holy fuck, this is a hot beverage. Damn, that's a... Bro, this event is hard. What are these guys using? Like they must have super good stuff, right? Oh my god, yeah, true. 3 golds. Elemental breach by 20. Elemental damage. Reduce cooldown of self-support. Cooldown of self-support skill. Jesus Christ. Boost ice damage taken. 30 SP. Oh my days, dude. Jesus fucking... And he's all... I feel like that's not the only thing. I feel like the triple S Herrscher of Human Ego is helping him quite a bit here. I feel like that's also helping just a teensy weensy bit. Oh my god. Like, guys, relax. I respect this guy. I respect him. He's using Herrscher of Reason. Bardafellas uses as well, Herrscher of Reason. Anything else? Any Sakura uses? Anyone using anything other than these 3? Oh, we have a Nyx as well. Okay, I like that guy as well. I like people who use stuff that isn't the meta. Hey, let's go. Fuck, he has ice damage. Wouldn't you at least... What? Why do you... Yeah, no, fair enough, dude. Fair enough. That's a... Yeah. Oh, shit, I didn't want to click home. Alright. Use an Aponia, dude. Fuck, let's go. Alright, let's continue with the story, I guess. We've got a bit more story to go, and it's almost 8 o'clock, so that's fine. Imminent Storm. I'm surprised that they'd come here. Isn't this the island where the final place thing take place? What is she thinking? Skip the test and jump straight to the final? There's no way that one is a contestant. Doesn't matter, I'm punching her today anyway. It's so cold. Not just any rain. See the clouds over there? There's going to be a storm. Maybe a cumulonimbus, which will make it harder. She stole my thunder and my contestant. I'm definitely going to kick her ass. But we don't even know which way she went. We can split up and look for clues. Cha-cha! Quiet, Chari, you're giving us away. Cha-cha! What's wrong with it? Looks nervous and frightened. It's not used like this. I have some Honkai Beast cookies. Maybe they can calm it down. The chariot ignored the cookies and even entered its fighting stance. That's weird. No Honkai Beast can resist these cookies. There seems to be something glowing in the woods. Honkai Beasts. Apparently we're surrounded. Didn't expect to run into so many Honkai Beasts. No, that can't be right. There are more Honkai Beasts here than the maximum number allowed by the contest. Could it be that there are other Honkai Beasts from unofficial sources? How did they make it here? They swam across, went through the secret passage? I don't know. What happened on this island? That was a loud noise. It's getting more and more interesting. Dark jungle or muddy path. Ooh. I like I don't like mud. I think I would hate mud, so let's go with the dark jungle. Honestly, good choice. Switch these bad boys back to the OP woman, because I don't want to try even for a millisecond in this game. I don't want to try at all in any goddamn way. So, Aponia, welcome back. I'm so sorry to have left you out. Why is Asaka so large? I swear, on God, he wasn't this large the other day. Overall, I'm going to give this event a solid, like, I don't know, 5 to 6 out of 10. You know? I'm going to give it that. A 5 out of 6 out of 10. 5 or 6 out of 10. It's nothing that I'm ever going to remember. Actually, you know what? 4.5 out of 10. I'm going to lower that. I'm not going to remember this event. Nor am I going to even try to, like, get a good score or try to, like, try. Just not even going to try. But it's okay. You know, a good attempt at Pokemon, but that's not how Pokemon is. Good attempt. After Colson Arc, that which is open world, Honkai devs is right now focused on open world is in story mode. Yeah, I've heard people talk about how I've heard people say that they don't like it. I've heard that the general reception from the community is that they don't want it, but it's a better thing than how it was before. Just there's more pros than there are cons. There are more pros than there are cons. For example, you have a bit more immersion in where you are and how it feels to be where you are. You know? Having a verbal description of a zone versus a visual description of a zone, right, is a lot better. Having a visual description of everything instead of a verbal description is a lot better. So that's one pro, and the other pro is, you know, much more gameplay to do in just in the whole chapter, a bit more panache, a bit more rewards even. They could reward you a lot more, and so it's generally better. It's not that fun. The only hype it was Senti in summer. That is a lot of hype though. Senti in summer skin, dude. Let's fucking get it. Let me see. Looks like it was put here carefully. I don't think she dropped it here by accident. The pages aren't even soaked through yet. They couldn't have gone very far. Where could she have taken Rosa? Oh no. Okay, we got that. Honkai Arcade Duel. Sure. Why not? Why not? I think that lets us level it up. I don't actually like how you can't replay the story. For Elysium Everlasting, the only and can only experience a bit of Colston arc. That's one of the cons, right? That's one of the cons. That is definitely one of the cons. No replayability. I will definitely admit that. But it would be rather difficult. But I think they should definitely find a way for it to be replayable. The only thing I really care for the upload is that his main story is no longer uses stamina to progress. That's another pro. That's a pro in my opinion. That's a very large pro in terms of clear all clues lines. Oh, you have to go down both paths? What's the fuck point of having choice then if you have to go down both of them? But yeah, that's a pro, is that it no longer uses stamina, which is a thing that people, I think people wanted for a while, is that the story doesn't consume stamina because there are so many other avenues that the game uses stamina in, that if you had to then use it in the open world for stamina, as well as the event that's currently going on in that open world, plus the fact that you have other things like the dailies and the adventure tasks, essentially you would have to skip out on doing a few things here and there. So, you know, personally, I believe there are more pros to it being an open world than cons, but others might view it differently, which is absolutely fair enough. Absolutely and utterly fair enough. They're doing Genshin move on Colston Arc, at least in the last thing, right now on the new arc. Calling it a Genshin move is a bit insulting to the actual genre of open world. Genshin didn't pioneer open world games. I want to say this right now. They're just doing a bit more open world stuff because, okay, maybe Genshin did inspire it, but saying they're doing a Genshin move is a bit insulting to the actual concept of an open world. I think they're just doing open world because it's just generally better for, okay, the amount of immersion I feel having two characters on the screen just talking, again, I've talked about this before and I'll talk about it briefly, but the immersion I feel with just 2 pictures of 2 characters talking with a box of text underneath, with the background being blurred, the amount of immersion I feel is at an all-time low, right? So having the open world there with the background and then the character standing in the open world, and there's still a text box of talking and they still appear, but I can, after the text, look around and see, okay, they were talking in this type of environment. Okay, we're going over here now. Okay, now they're talking in this type of environment. So having that, I feel like that's a bit more the reason they're going there. And also, you know, let's say the next one is obviously going to be on the moon because of the animation. Them just telling me we're on the moon, on a space station, the amount of different images I can have in my brain about a space station on the moon, I could have literally Star Trek, Star Wars, I can have Minecraft, mod station, I can have so many different like images of what a space station on the moon feels like. And I feel like in a game where the story is told in a third person, you don't really want difference in how people perceive it. You want a consistent, this is how it is, because then everyone be like, oh, okay, that's how it was, right? How many years has it stayed with stages? We only experienced open world for about a year, maybe, compared to previous times in story mode. Are you scared of change, are you? Ooh, scared of change, are we? Surely not. Surely we're not frightened by a bit of change here and there. I feel like also, by the way, with the open worlds, there's been a lot larger increase in gems received, right? Is that not the case? You know, I don't want to say maybe not, but I feel like there's probably been an increase in the amount of gems players have received. So that's another pro, because there's obviously with each open world there's been events, right? There's been challenges, and then also just like small side quests in them that also give gems. So overall, I feel like it's an overall thing. I meant that I'm bored with stages, like open world better. Oh, then welcome. I also prefer the open worlds. I think it's a lot more immersive. But yeah, I just think it's a nice step, a nice change. The footprints are all messed up. Looks like Honkai Beast ruined all the clues. No, we still have something. Look, there are footprints in the mud. The trees kept them from being washed away by the rain. The footprints ahead are deeper. Looks like someone was carrying something heavy. The footprints were muddled by the rain, but it's still easy to tell the difference in depth. Another set of footprints. One set of footprints is larger and the other is smaller. Might be the ninja and Rosa. But these 2 trails run side by side for some distance. If these really are footprints, maybe Rosa has already woken up. Oh yeah, definitely. Rosa's the evil person. Rosa is the final test person, right? Absolutely. The lost manual and the parallel footprints. I think Rosalia might have woken up and dropped the manual on purpose. But where do these clues lead us? Come to think of it, Rosalia seemed to be a bit weird earlier. Could it be? Let's keep going. The path leads to the final match revenue. They have to be there. Thank you. Flute Guardian. The Piper. Wild enemies will appear. Defeat them to make your new pals. Alright, thank you. I much prefer the open world. Much prefer it. Because if anything, I think Honkai does the open world quite well. They could, you know, my favorite open world, by the way, is the Colliston arc. I think Elysium Everlasting is pretty cringe. With its like loading screens between zones, claiming that it's an open world. I like Colliston, but both of them have pros and cons. I like Colliston. I think it's great. More open worlds. I play Colliston Arc in HD, still smooth, but when playing Elysium Everlasting, it's so lag that I have to lower the resolution. That's probably because of the size of Elysium Realm Everlasting. Elysium Realm is much larger than Colliston. I think in a raw, like, space, or the raw amount of space there is there. Support units impair, boost fire damage. Okay, that's really shit. Okay. Yeah, it's probably the size difference, and also Elysium Realm has like 3 different loaded things. It has interiors, it has exteriors, it has constantly moving NPCs. Like Colliston, no, does it have constantly moving? No, it doesn't. Sorry, no, that's a lie. I just know at some points it does. It has NPCs. So yeah, there's a lot more to the Elysium run. That's weird. The final match ground is just ahead, but I can't see any tamers or staff members. Let's keep looking. Maybe Rosa is somewhere nearby. Do you hear that? Some kind of mechanical ticking sound. It's getting louder and louder. Something's coming out from the shadow over there. Hard to believe we've tamed so many Honkai beasts now. Right. We're almost there. Finish the collection and this absurd competition. Oh, that's where we have to... fucking this guy. If I have a new skin or something, I just want to spend some time running around, run around with it. I'll go to the open world of story mode instead of stages. Yeah, there you go. The game used to... That's a good reason as well, by the way, sure. The game used to market as visual novel style storytelling because that's what was easy to program for a mobile game. I think that's also probably a reason why it's changed, is because now it's not limited to mobile gaming, right? Before, obviously, like, device limitations were a thing, but now that it's not a limitation, now that people, the general mobile device of a human has gone up to something that can run an open world, I think that's probably the reason as well. Open world is great, it's just some people dislike you can't replay the story. Yep, that's true. Yep. It is what it is. Sad, but replaying the story is not an overly big detracting feature, at least not for me, but I guess for some it could be an absolutely devastation. Bro, I didn't even fucking hit him. Oh, fair enough, I didn't hit him at all. But, oh, Hasnihilus, okay. I guess let's go make him really quickly, right? Hasnihilus. Can I make him Flute Guardian? Sure. And this guy? Sure. Boom. Nice. Invincible. Invincible 3 times deployed, triggering again, resets the duration. So Psy enemies. Time fracture. No, pretty garbage. Don't really care. Why Genshin is working at PlayStation but Honkai not? Genshin's much larger than Honkai. The rain is getting heavier! I wiped the rain from my face and tried to make sure everyone was alright. Everyone alright. I'm fine. Where did this guy come from? It messed up the grass and we lost their trail. We're running out of time. Rose is still in danger, right? Where is Seely? I didn't see Seely. Oh, she's over there. The storm blurred my vision. Not far away, underneath the Ferris wheel, a figure lay curled up on the ground. Seely! Her eyes were closed. Her body was cold and constantly shaking. I held her. I couldn't warm her up. Idiot, you know none of this has any meaning. I'm no idiot. It means something to me, and that's enough. Don't be silly. You knew long ago that the real me. This is my choice. It's the only way I can. Open your eyes and wake up. That's your best choice. No, I can't do that because... Sorry for being so stubborn. What's she talking about? Of course I wish you happiness, idiot. Wait, don't leave me. Wait for me. Seely, can you hear me? Ugh. Calm down and take a deep breath. It's all right. We're all here. Phew. In my arms, Seely stopped shaking. She also slowly opened her big blue eyes and looked at us in bewilderment. Seely, you all right? You really shouldn't push yourself too hard. If you're uncomfortable, just tell us. We were all worried about you. What happened to me? You were lying there all curled up and shaking all over. It's like you were having a nightmare. Seely, you're not feeling well? No, I feel much better now. Thanks, everyone. Right, where is Rosa? We haven't found her. We ran out of clues and we're planning to try our luck on our final match venue. Well, let's go find her then. The venue for the final match was vacant. It looked more like a platform on a railway station. 2 tracks cut through the darkness and into a grey ocean. This place looks weird. Is this really where the final is held? Did we come to the wrong place? I turned around, expecting to see Senti's smug face and hear her nonsense made-up explanation, but there was no one behind me. Senti? Lilia? Chariot? My voice echoed in the empty station. Where did they go? They were right here just a moment ago. Seely shook her head and looked sad. They couldn't have gone far in such a short time. The only explanation is that they had just vanished. That's too far-fetched, though. But I had experienced things over the past few days that were even more absurd. Captain, these events must be connected. The city, the training contest, the mysterious ninja, this creepy station, and my broken memory. And the memory of her. Clink. The sound of the chimes interrupted my thoughts. I lifted my head and saw someone familiar sitting at a table not far away. Wow. Captain and Miss Volare. Here you are at last. Skill lock capacity. Fuck, let's go, dude. Wow. I really like this Captain Vest story. Give me more mystery of what's going on. Cool, dude. I don't like this one, but power to you, power to you. The final showdown. Captain and Miss Volare, here you are at last. Rita sat by the dining table, elegantly swirling the coffee in her cup as usual. Rita, how come you're here? Right, did you see Rosalia and a ninja with fox ears? Yes, I did see them here. Great, was Rosa alright? They just left, actually. What do you mean? Rita made no reply. She looked at the rails in the storm and seemed to be waiting for something. Rita, what is this place? What do you think, Captain? It looks like a platform, but it can't just be any platform, right? To me, this place and Homer's Joyful Dining both seem out of place in this city. Which part is real and which part isn't? Looks like you've woken up to it, Captain. Like you've said, this is no ordinary city, and everything before our eyes might not be real. To be exact, this is more like a dream space. What you dream is up to you. When you fall into the dream, Captain, you also change this place. That's why some parts look familiar, as if I've been there before. Correct? But dreams are just dreams. As time flows, their structures become unstable and they eventually collapse. That's why we're experiencing abnormal events. Then why would I be here in this dream? And who made this dream? I suppose I'll have to ask the owner of this dream. Right, Miss Volare? Silly, this is your dream? Sorry, Captain. I don't know how to explain it, but I do know that you don't belong here. It's a fabricated dream, a fantasy world created to satisfy my desire to see someone who's not here. I was really glad to see, Captain. I'm no longer alone. I know I'll forget everything that happened here after leaving this dream, but at least here it's all real. I soon realized Captain simply got lost, just like Alice chasing the white rabbit. I'd love to continue the adventure with Captain, but I know it's a selfish thought, because the white rabbit Captain is chasing isn't here. I've given Captain a lot of trouble these days, and I'm sorry for that. Don't say that, we've had a pretty good time actually, didn't we? We've been through a lot together, and they are all cherished memories to me. But every dream has an end. Life will continue after we wake up, and there will be more memorable moments in the future. It's alright if we forget everything that happened here as long as we can still create new memories. Let's leave together. Celie lowered her head and bit her lip. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind and looked up at me. I see. I know there's a train that can get us out, but I haven't seen it for a long time. So that's how it is. My guess was right. Huh? Rita didn't explain. She stared off into the storm. Classic Rita. Not explaining shit. The return trip. Oh, woo! The ray of light cut through the darkness. In the rainstorm, a train slowly pulled into the station. Hey, time is up. Get on board. You don't even know how hard it is to get this thing running? There won't be a second train, Bronya says. Oh, well, I'll get on first. The train only stops here for 2 minutes, so you two have to make up your mind fast. Rita disappeared into the train. Come on, let's get on. I suddenly felt someone tugging at my shirt. What's wrong, Celie? Oh, I have a question for you, Captain. Would you be upset if I didn't want to leave this place? How can I leave you alone here? You know it's just a dream. Wait, are you serious? No, I just wish I could eat another sea salt ice cream and say goodbye to everyone. But it's no big deal, really. Let's go, Captain. All right. Celie's hand was cold. She said nothing as I held her hand and led her onto the train. Phew, this is the end, I guess. Is this really the end? Don't be sad, Celie. Right, I know someone who's good at cooking. When we get back, I'll ask her to make a recipe, about the recipe to make sea salt ice cream, and we can make more together, huh? Celie? Before I knew it, Celie let go of my hand and stepped off the train quietly. What are you doing, Celie? This is the last train! Sorry, Captain. Whoosh. The door closed without warning. Quick picture, there you go, nice. The door closed without warning. Wait, Celie, it's still out there. Where's the emergency brake button? I looked to Rita sitting in the back row, but she simply shook her head with sorrowful eyes. What's going on? There's got to be a way to open the door, right? I slammed my body against the window again and again. One punch, another. My blood was dripping, but I couldn't feel the pain. No, open the door. Celie's still outside. Captain, don't worry, I'll get you in. I'm going to open the door from the locomotive. Just wait for me. I'm sorry, Captain. My time here is not over. I can't return with you. If I leave now, I'll never see her again. Her? Who are you talking about? The important thing now is to get you on the train. I knew from the beginning that this place wasn't reality, but only in here can I find her again, thank her, and tell her how I feel. No matter how long it takes and what I need to do, I have to see her again. This time it's my turn to look for her. I can do it because she is me and I am her. Don't worry, Captain, I'll make it happen. Captain is also looking for someone, right? We can support each other and find who we long to see again. What are you talking about? I can't understand any of this. Don't be silly now, damn it. This glass just won't break now. You can't smash the glass, Captain, but I can. You still don't understand. Only I can stay here, and only I can finish walking this path alone. Just think of it as a long dream. It'll be over when you wake up. I feel sorry for dragging you into this, Captain, but I am also very grateful to you, actually. Too much has happened. The night is dark, the beast is scary, and so is the storm, but you made everything all right. Without Captain, I wouldn't have gotten this far. So, thank you, Captain. Thank you for the ice cream, and thank you for traveling with me. And if possible, let's hang out again next time, Captain. Sealy! The storm drowned out my cries. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make myself heard. Outside the window, Celia was smiling. Raindrops ran down the window. I could see her mouth the word goodbye. That's the last thing she said to me. The train started and the lights were blurred in the train. Raindrops were flashing across the window like shooting stars. A moment later, the train rolled into the darkness. In the darkness, there was no sound and time didn't exist. I felt like a feather drifting and dropping. In the end, I finally felt the touch of warmth and stopped. Captain? A light and pleasant fragrance wafted into my nose. It was like rosemary again. I knew it was the scent of rosemary. What is a rosemary? Well, first of all, it's a herb, first and foremost, but it's also like a it's also like a little like a cross. It's like a religious thing. Like a religious thing. No, wait, huh? My memories of the dream ran through my fingers like sand and then vanished. For a moment, I thought I saw a transparent butterfly flash before my eyes and disappeared almost instantly. Then countless strands of chaotic thoughts poured into my mind and hidden memories began to rise to the surface. I began to remember the long journey, the persistent search, and the ending without resolution. I remember the lone figure, the silent refusal, and the vanished moon. I remember being dragged into the sleeping girl's dream when trying to awaken her. Around her, I could sense something familiar and unmistakable. That was what I had been looking for all along. Feeling better now, Captain. I remember now. I was looking for. There's no hurry, Captain. Just take it easy. You were pulled into an endless dream and it took a heavy toll on your mind. It's alright if you can't remember all of it. After all, you've been trapped here for too long. The dream, I remember. There was a competition and one day your memory will come back to you. Your past, your present, and the truth. Ah, fuck, fair enough, I guess. Kong Ming was worried sick about you and she sent me to rescue you. Oh right, since the mission is finished, can you pay me now? By the way, I'm Bronny, a hacker. Anything can be done at the right price. So, okay, this is... Okay, that's Ark City Bunny. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself before you ask for money? Well, the pay has to come first. You said anything can be done at the right price, right? Of course. I have a job for you. I need you to help me find someone. Interesting? I'm listening. I can't remember how she looks or where she is. I don't even remember why I'm looking for her. But she's waiting for me, and she said she'd keep waiting. So I've got to find her. Great info. Her name is... Classic. Her name is... Sugma Balls. That's really the cliffhanger. Her name is... Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Talk about fucking cringe. Just drop the herb when it falls, you'll get a lightning reader. True. Fallen Rosemary. Nice one, Ursha. I'm guessing the one who put him in the dream is the other captain, and this captain is looking for Lunar Kindred. Oh, I thought he was looking for Sealy. Oh, fair enough. Oh, fucking no. I'm not going to try to piece together the Captain verse event. This is supposed to be right after Bronny joined the Hyperion crew back in the end of Ark City. Maybe not right after, but soon after. Sure, why not? It's moderately after, but not right after. You know, let's give it like a year. Give it like maybe a few months, right? Maybe if you're talking about events, yes, probably. That was cool. Again, that's just cool. I am confused for the most part, but that's all right. That's all right. Let's try to finish a lot of this off though. yeah, that's pretty much my whole takeaway from this, is that I'm mostly confused, but in the end, I don't really care about the Captain verse until any relevant characters are actually brought in, or any kind of relevance to the main story is brought in. So cool. Looks amazing. Good job, guys. Good job, Maho. Imagine they announce Honkai anime and they give Captain vs anime. Well, that would be good. That's a good option. That's not a terrible option, to be honest with you. But it's I think it's how you would manage it, because I don't think one event is long enough to. I guess maybe one event is long enough to kind of. Yeah, you'd have to do some filler in between. So like the first, let's say they do Fallen Rosemary as an event. Oh, sorry, as an anime. The first like 3 episodes would be like that. It would be something that is completely made up and not in the actual event, because they have to kind of introduce the characters or some shit. Because if they just started it off as the mystery, I guess there is a bit of introduction at the event, but they'd have to be a bit more filler, because if they just did the mystery, that's like 4 episodes of mystery, 5 episodes of mystery. They go in the house, someone gets murdered, they run out, you know. So they'd have to kind of like create a bit of filler for that, but they could do it. There are 2 captains, the one with Rita, Bronny, Kongmin, and the other is with Yai, Kasumi, and Delta. Power to it, dude. Again, I'm not going to overly care about the event, the captain verse, by the way. I'm not going to overly care. I know the general gist, but it's not something that I'm going to ponder ever again after. Who do I need? Did I need a Husk Nihilist for this? Bring me a Benares, okay. Benares, I need to combine you. Sure, why not? And you. Combine this one. Elemental Breach. And Stun Trauma. Oh. Go here. Okay, let's finish this event. We're on a mission. Okay, yeah, we got the Benares. In the Master's name. Sure. Fun how, while you were talking to Bronny, Rita's still looking at you closely. What a creep. You didn't even have to say, like, whilst Bronny was talking, Rita looking at me is just fucking creepy. I mean, it will never be related to the main story anyways, because the main story is another bubble universe. So there you go, dude. So, in the end, power to the people who care about the, the Captain-verse stuff. Enjoy it. I'm just not gonna be one of them. It looks interesting from the outside, but I don't know, I feel like you actually have to... I feel like to really understand the Captain verse, you have to kind of sit down and like do one of those mind maps. Like, okay, this character is connected to this character, and then this character this one, and this one loops around here, and this character is looking for this one. It's like, I don't really care to do that. I just tell, like, her name is what, like that is that in my opinion, that is like the most cringe fucking cliffhanger. And her name is, and they don't reveal the name. It's like, and he killed. And he was killed by. Just tell me who the fuck who's you looking for, you know? I'm not gonna try to fucking figure it out on my own. Which one does it? Who was it? Benares? Just Elemental Breach, innit? Level 2 though, not much, but we'll do it. It doesn't have to be related to be interesting. I know. I never said it does. If you enjoy the story and you find it interesting, by all means, but I'm not gonna care about it. Captain Raider, more mysterious, while Durandal's Raider is more flirtatious, or probably a mixed. I don't know. Captain's Raider. And Durandal's Raider. Durandal, they're both a bit... Rita is just a generally weird fucker. I'll be honest with you. Rita's just generally a bit weird, isn't it? You know? Just creepy, knows a bit too much, asks a bit too much. Looks at you a bit too much. Rita kind of sus. I'll be honest with you. Just a sus character. In the end. All she is. That's all she'll ever be remembered as. The sus one. The sus one. By the way, I just watched a short clip about Sushang and ER. She's brain dead, one or multiple swords on the ground. 5 sword from behind her, keep spawning and fly to the enemy, so you just stood there. Oh wow, no way! No way! One of the new characters is brain dead? What? What? One of the new characters is brain dead in terms of game? No fucking way, mate. No fucking way. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I cannot believe it. The new ones are fucking brain dead? Oh. I'm absolutely shocked. I don't think I can recover from this level of shock, honestly. I'm done. I give up. The arena. Oh, we have to fight Benny Boy as well. Ooh. What do people use? Vilv? Oh yeah, because he's no type, right? So you just use your best DPS. Just use your best build. Fair enough. And then this is Quantum, so you use... Bro, where's the Vilvs at? What the hell? Oh, there she is. Nice. Damn. I don't think I'll do those just now, because, what happens here? Here? Interesting. Cool, cool, cool. How do I do this again? What am I doing? Clear any habitat stage. I don't really care. We can just go buy the shit, right? We can just go buy the skin and the, No, we can't buy the skin, but we can buy the gems. We've never been a Durandal POV, so we don't know if Rita's always stares at Durandal or not. She definitely does. At this moment, Callan is the only hope for us to see Van molding an ER and birth new memes out of it. What are you talking about? Bro, I never molded an ER. What are you talking about? I've literally never molded. It's never happened. Never happened. I don't struggle, right? That's all it boils down to. I've never struggled, right? So, okay, all I need them to do right now, okay. You know what, though? Actually, I'm going to say this right now. Depending... Okay, imagine this, right? So, we all know Kiana uses guns, right? She doesn't use a fucking claymore. She uses guns. They released new guns with her. And they are just... that is like her divine keys, 2 guns. And they are that strong that they make Ritual Amayo just absolutely fucking brain dead as well. You can just one-shot everything. They're just that overpowered. That's kind of what I'm hoping for now. Is that they make guns for a Herschel Flamestar and like Divine Key or whatever, and they just absolutely busted on every character, regardless of element. Element does not matter. Just make him absolutely cranked up. And juice to the roof. That is my hope right now. Bam. I should probably go do the event, right? Because we need to buy that skin so I don't miss out, right? How do I do these things, though? Clear any habitat stage in the beach or Ho-Ho arcade door 6 times. Oh, score at least 45,000 in Crest Isle Arena or Sea Maze. Okay. I should probably get this border then. Okay, fuck, I guess we'll do this. These things take a while, though, and it's kind of boring. Let's go with this guy. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing anymore. I think that's better. What do you do? No. Let's add you back. You do something. Will you watch the new video from Homo Labs channel? Probably not. I didn't equip Aponia, whoops. I don't really watch Homo Labs at all, and if it's about, like, the Captain-verse story, then probably not. I care about that leave me last. Pull Divine Key for Herschel Flamestar and pull Divine Key for Callan Bet. Sounds like an equal trade, right? Well, bro, if I can just get one weapon to use on everyone, right, then it's an easy win, right? It's the easiest W you can get. Because, wait, who do I do it with now, right? I got the Key of Ego? No, it's like if I can get a weapon that is pretty much the power of a Stigmata in terms of utility, then boom, there you go. Easy W. If I can just use this one weapon on every character, W. It's not about Captiverse? Oh, what's it about then? What's it about? You have to tell me what it's about before I start watching it. Because I don't watch Homo Labs. I don't really know who Homo Labs is. Oh, Sakura's popping off. Oh yeah, remember how fast Sakura disappeared? Damn. Ooh. Ooh. You know, I feel like Herrscher of the Void is gonna disappear from the Elysian realm very quickly, much like Sakura did. How was the event? The event's pretty cool. The event's pretty cool, man. Blue medal. It's alright. I gave it a solid 4 out of 10. You know, I'm not too into the Captain Verse event or Captain Verse story, so that's not a really appealing factor to me. And the gameplay's okay. You just kind of fight enemies, like I am right now. So it's so it's right. The title is "This is why Honkai Impact is not ending." Oh, but does he actually know though, or what? Right? Does anyone actually know why it's not ending? Like, nobody has the insider information. Like, you can obviously make up a theory, and it's fun to theorize, but we also do know that it's not ending. And if it's all just theory-based, it's like, that's fun. Go indulge it, but like, I know the game's not ending. I saw it from the Honkai people. They, like, Darway said it, or whatever. The Honkai stated it, so. There he is, okay. I probably should have equipped quantum enemies, right? So you can get the quantum collapses, but oh well. 4 out of 10 is expected from standard quality. Yeah, it's just that it's personally that's a personal score. If I was to put it in objective like score, it would be like a 6 to 7 out of 10. You know, if it's objective, but that's a personal rating, so it's gonna be a 4 out of 10 for me. He explained it the better ways. I have no doubt. He he pulled the things of like how some things can't end so quickly. You know, he pulled from probably some information from the mangas, and obviously, but it's like. I don't really look at the story that deeply. The story isn't as deep and philosophical as I think some people want to make it believe, but that's just my opinion. I'm just here to view the story, and if it's not ending soon, then it's not ending soon. I don't really need a reason to kind of stay interested if I'm already going to stay interested regardless of if they continue or not, right? I feel like the video that Homu Labs has made is to maybe solidify the interest. Sorry, to reaffirm people who are quite skeptical about it, right? I'm not overly skeptical about the game ending. I can see where they're gonna pull shit out from, but I think that his video is just to reaffirm to people that who believe that it doesn't have content, that there is content. And if you're skeptical about the game not having content, then by all means watch the video and see what points does he make. Are they valid? Are they whatnot? I myself, hey, power to him. Power to everyone who wants to believe it. Power if you don't want to believe it, I don't fucking know, dude. I just know that I'm going to continue to play the game for the next few years because I like the game. I'm here for the gameplay, not even really over. The story's great. Let's get that out of the way. The story's great. The gameplay's a bit more interesting to me. 14,000. That's not overly high. We need how much? 45,000? Fucking hell. I need 45,000. Ho-do. Fuck. I have to actually try. Oh, I have to actually really try now. Da, da, da. I should probably try to get a better Benares. I think my, I don't really get the fucking point of this locking bullshit. I'll be honest with you. How does this locking stuff work? Here? No? Where? How do I lock? The lounge? Skill lock. Yeah, this one. Lock that one. But like... What does that do? How do you re-roll the skills? I don't. Did they ever explain how the fuck re-rolling? You have to combine the same one. Oh, you actually probably have to combine the same one. Oh well. Maybe I should try to do that. Benares, how the fuck do I get you? Boost total damage. What? Everyone explained it in better ways when they sit down, crunching idea and making a video. I say watching the video doesn't add anything except for people who are curious. Yeah. The video is just there to affirm people that, yeah, there is stuff here that you may have overlooked, you may have forgotten, and power to them. I just know that I'm going to continue to play the game because I just like the game, and don't need a reason. I'm going to be here, so, yeah. Okay, so then we need to make bananas. We need to combine that with that, but we want to lock some stuff. Like, we want to lock the things that we want. Like, well, I guess I wouldn't want to really use any of these, right? Because they're all pretty shit, so I guess maybe go get some better Void Hellions. Yeah. Guess we could get some better Void Hellions, right? The story's got me enthralled, and I'm interested, so I don't need a reason. It's the same reason I don't need to watch theory videos about even games that I don't play. Right? Because I still pay attention to the story of the games that I don't play, like World of Warcraft. I still pay attention to its story because I'm invested in this part of the game. And thus I don't need to watch people's theories as to why is this person doing this and that person doing that. It's because it's like, well, they can do that and they might as well go ahead and do that. And my understanding of it is this, and boom, there you have it. And I'm interested, and I'll continue to pay attention. I'm a rather simple person when it comes down to it, I guess. That's how you can boil this all down to. I'm just saying that I'm a rather simple person. I don't need a socioeconomic, educational level of information to tell me that I should play a game or I should stay interested in something. Just a simple visual. Just show me boobs. You know, just give me a character with big old honkers and boom, I'm interested. There you go. Simple man, simple times. The bigger question at hand is how they gonna rework the Aponia skin. That's the real question we need to be asking ourselves is, how the hell are they gonna rework the Aponia skin? I think there was a gold one in there. I'll watch theories if I pose a chance to tell a character will be unlocked, so more waifu, more booba. There you go then. That's fair enough. You know. Damage dealt to mech enemies by Valkyries and support units when dealt. Damage dealt to Psy enemies. The mech enemies one wouldn't be terrible. Is there a mech enemy that I can fight? I don't believe there is. There's Quantum. Oh, that's pretty garbage then, right? Yeah, listen, people have many different reasons that they want to watch theory videos, right? Because some people, sometimes people watch it just to get a new perspective, right? Not necessarily to change their perspective, but to see what others are thinking, right? That's just generally the reason sometimes people watch theories. It's like, oh, you're not going to change my perspective because I already know what I believe, but I just want to see what you're saying, right? Which is the reason that I watch, like, religion videos, right? I'm not going to talk about religion much more than that, but, like, I don't believe in religion and whatnot, but I want to see what you're saying, right? I want to see what you are, you know, see what's up, you know? Get a bit of information spreading. Yeah. So, many reasons to watch different things, and by all means. It's kind and reciprocative? No, that's not a word. Reciprocal. Be reciprocal of each thing, and then just be nice, you know, in the end. Let's not diminish it, shall we? Guess that's the overarching idea. What do we have? Damage up to Psy enemies. I guess, is any of them Psy? Who am I fighting against? Odo is a bio enemy. You're biologic, I believe. You are nothing in real life. And you are quantum. I'm not getting overly lucky here, and I'm getting quite frustrated. Benaras, though, we have this guy, and we wanna lock this thing. So then we can make it so he's usable everywhere. So, this is such a shitty process, but we go lounge. We go orange. No, is he an orange? Yeah, it's this guy. And we train, skill lock, this thing. What a shitly long process. We lock that. And then... No. Wait. It's... And then I don't fucking know. Just wasted my fucking life. What an annoying process, I'll be honest with you. All the reason is roses and violets red, but they just got clickbait, so do we. So do you. Honestly, clickbait is a real thing, isn't it? Well, the skill locking is for enhancing? Yeah, listen. That is true, but I don't understand this system, and I think I'm just gonna give up once I get the rewards. Because I'm kind of confused for the most part, but I can't be asked to care too much again, right? Because it's such a tedious process. Jesus Christ, can you guys just decease my thingy? Is that a gold one? No, it's not. My lightning is just gold. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da. So it doesn't matter what rarity here I get, because I have to then combine them still into just a legendary. We go Benares, we need to get this guy. This guy is gotten by combining this bullshit and this bullshit. And we just have to hope for a high rarity. There's that. We get nothing good. Just continue combine. There's that. That doesn't matter because that's still not Benares. So I guess we go there like that. And then we go to Benares, combine this guy and this, and there's no reason to lock it, so we just go for it. And we have to pray for a gold Benares. Combining 2 golds gives you a blue, which is just fucking bullshit. Then you get 2, okay. Okay. Alright, cool. And so then if I wanna move skills to certain ones, I have to go to the lounge. I have to find Benares, Elemental Breach here on this Benares, and so we want to lock that because Elemental Breach is good. So we lock that, and then we had another Benares. That was all right. Stun, Elemental. Well, you can't have multiple Elemental Breach. I'm assuming no. Like that. I've stopped caring. Alright, let's go try these challenges, and if we don't get the high enough score, I give up. Can't be fucked. When a 1x1 upgrade and 1x1 combine, even artifacts upgrade better. Honestly, not gonna lie, actually true. Actually true and real. Fire damage? Oh. Come on, man. Fire damage of all things? Fair enough. Watching a stream on mobile, watching Maximilian do it on Twitch in my PC, my eyes working really weird. Honestly, what a combination of things to watch. Me and Maximilian. Honestly, I feel like that's a compliment to me. Maximilian's an absolute legend. I was watching a lot of Maximilian's content recently with me playing Monster Hunter Rise. I got a lot of his videos recommended to me from Monster Hunter Worlds, which was interesting, but yeah, epic. But what a weird combination of things to be watching. Epic. Didn't do the challenge myself. The skin box is enough. I would like to get that little like that border thingy. The what's it? I don't even know what it's called. But I'd like to get that. I think it would be a nice little bonus. So I'm still trying to get that. I like collecting. Oh, of course they're all immune from the front. Oh, this game is the cringest game on the fucking planet. Oh my god. Border. The little kind of a portrait outline. Portrait border. You get a little portrait border if you get a total of 45,000 across these last 3 challenges. Okay. Slam. Go Asaka, you're doing nothing. You've done nothing. Okay, good job, Asaka. You're a failure. 6,000. For us, since it's rerun, we don't have to get the border. There you go. I guess you can't get 2 copies of it, right? So yeah, it's just that cosmetic little border thing. I'd like to have it, you know. Personally, I think it would be nice to have a bit of collectability. Oh fuck it, Sakura does not hit. I've just been wasting it. Is that it? Oh no, the last boss was Benares. I totally forgot that he exists. Lol. I was like, oh yeah, it's this last guy. No. It's fucking Benares, isn't it? Fucking Benares. How long do you think I'll play Honkai? For the next hour and a half. Actually, probably not. I think we'll stop soon. Because we've got to do that Ether Gazer stuff. I kind of have gotten sidetracked. That Ether Gazer stuff. I'll do it as fast as I humanly can. But I do wanna read a lot of the specifics and try and understand it as best as I can. Moderately interested in it. Overall, when do you think you'll quit? I don't really quit games unless they do something that I don't agree with, so, or something that they just aren't doing, or the game isn't what I wanted it to be anymore. I started playing a game because I see something that I like doing in that game, and then if it changes to a point where I just don't like what it's offering to me anymore, that's when I quit a game. I don't quit a game just because I played it enough, right? You know, that's a very weird way to stop playing a game, is just because, oh, I've played enough, or I've done enough. I usually stop when I've achieved, or sorry, when it changes drastically, right? Because I still play games that I played 10 years ago. I still play Monster Hunters. I still play Assassin's Creed, if they are Assassin's Creed. And I still play those, so it's like, I don't really quit games because I just got bored of them. It's a bit more of a just general meaning of they just aren't doing what I want them to do anymore. So probably not anytime soon, but again, I can't really gauge that because I'd be gauging something that I can't take into consideration. I probably should level this. Okay, let me level up this Benares because he's got element breach on him. Okay. Not that one, this one. We should be able to get a decent score here. Change Asaka for this guy. You play Honkai while Max plays Scorn? That is an odd combination, but hey, I appreciate it. Watching me alongside a legend. Sorry, I couldn't find lots of cons. Most of them only made minor cons. Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. Like, any type of review is better than no type of review in the grand scheme of things. Because the thing is, it's like a con is determined by how you perceive it. So what you might see as a pro, I might see as a con, depending on how I view things, right? So that's the beauty of an early access thing and having different perspectives on something, right? That's the reason that you have thousands of like beta testers, is to really gauge what is a pro, what is a con. I know what to say. The only game that I just say I quit is only Genshin. There you have it. Yeah, see, it's like if the game just isn't offering to you what you wanted the game to offer to you, then that's a fair enough reason to quit it. That's kind of just how personal interests work, though. To be quite frank, that's just it's a description of personal interest. If you're if you're no longer interested in it, then you're obviously not going to care about it or want to participate in it anymore. Which is a very interesting thing to think about when you hear the argument. Usually when someone complains about something, the argument used against them will be, if you don't like it, just quit, right? Which is a very interesting thing to say to someone, because if they didn't like it, they would have quit. Because people quit things when they don't like it. So obviously, because I am complaining and criticizing, I obviously care about it. I'm just wanting it to get better, which is, I've thought about that kind of paradox a lot in my life, because I criticize games a lot, right? When something just isn't fun, I criticize it. And so for people to be like, oh, if you don't like it, just quit. Well, no, I do like it. I just want it to be better for everyone, because if it's not good for me, but good for you, why don't we try to make it better for me and see how you like that thing that makes it better for us, right? So now I'm just rambling, but yeah. Game design and people who oh, here he is, Hodo. Game design and just thinking about that stuff is very interesting to me. I still play Persona Epic 7 and Minecraft. Fair enough, you can't really stop playing Minecraft. It's just the most generic game out there. I usually like to know the cons more than the pros when trying a new game, just to know if I can bear with cons or not. Exactly. It's better to see the cons, you know. That's, you know, it's a better way to view life, is look at the cons, because if you can find no cons, then everything must be a pro. And just take Genshin, put in the bin. No, don't put Genshin in the bin. It's a great game. It just needs to be fixed here and there. That's the process of critiquing. You can't really just say throw something in the bin unironically. There we go. That does not put us at 45,000 though. That puts us at below 45,000. Damn, you have to actually do it before the timer on all of them. Genshin's largest problem is that it doesn't listen to any of its player base. If I'm to be absolutely really geely. It just doesn't listen to a single part of its player base. It really does need to listen to anyone. It kind of just makes changes based off of statistics, and you never want to balance and kind of do things based on statistics, because statistics is just a number, whilst like player feedback is like what they are saying, because statistics is just them just being there and existing. Feedback is obviously feedback. It's very odd. Do I have everything? Do I have the whole training room? I don't know how this UI works anymore. Fuck. What does it want? Habitat in the beach or Ho-Ho Arcade? So we have to do one more thing here. Shadow of Ruin Habitat, sure. The Genshin interview really just pissed me off. I pissed a lot of people off, dude. Still not gonna view the game any differently than I did before. To be quite frank with you. Still a game that I'm going to continue playing. Because for me, it's still offering kind of what I want. Is it just a story? Hasn't really changed for me over the just because of that interview. I just kind of like, I just don't have any sympathy for the devs, nor did I ever have sympathy for them, to be quite frank, though. So what are you to do? I don't really have sympathy for gacha companies as a whole, so I guess that's another point. If you're a gacha company, I don't really care about you as a human, because your whole purpose is to extort people out of money, so... No, extort is a strong word, sorry. Extort is a strong word. Trick people into paying you. Does that complete that? Okay. Clear any stage on the island. I'll do these in my spare time. Let's have a look at Ether Gazer for now. Let me just do these challenges really quickly, and then we'll take a look at Ether Gazer, which there is no gameplay. I've got no gameplay. It's me looking at a review written extensively by Hershov Yata, has been ever so kind to write a review, and I'll take a look at it. And probably upload it as a video, because who knows, I might even play it. I might even give Ether Gazer a try if it has a PC port. I'm just quickly do these challenges here. I might play Ether Gazer if it gets a PC port. I'll give it a go and see if it clicks with me. If it doesn't click, then unfortunately I won't play it. But I'm interested. Same thing with the other gacha games that are kind of on the rise right now, HSR and ZZZ. I can't say that I'll definitely play them, but I'll definitely give all of them a shot and see which one clicks with me the most. Because as much as I love these gacha games, I think they're all great. You can only play a handful of gacha games, like at most a few, 1, 2, before you really kind of like are playing too many. And so I'd like to keep that number to at least a maximum of 3 gacha games, whilst I also play other games throughout my life and stream other games like Monster Hunter and Elden Ring and all that stuff, and any other ones that come out along the way. I'll try out all hype gacha games, absolutely, and I encourage everyone to try them out, because fundamentally gacha games aren't bad, but they are able to make a very drastic turn to negativity if they don't do themselves correctly, specifically in terms of monetization and other factors, right, like end game and grind and replayability, right? So, but I encourage everyone to try just gacha games, or try gacha games. They're not terrible games. I feel like there's a weird premonition around gacha games that they are just fundamentally bad. Now, I don't believe this. I don't believe this for a second, that gacha games are fundamentally bad. I think they are good games, but just some specific aspects of the game ruin the whole experience because they are so prevalent. Like, let's say, for example, gacha shops and monetization. They can really ruin an experience if you're constantly being recommended to buy things. And this is a common thing on just like mobile gacha games, is having constant ads popping up. Buy this, get 50% off. Diablo Immortals is a great example of this, right? You have constant things saying 50% off, buy this now, miss out soon, FOMO, 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 which is definitely a thing which people have to conquer, but it's also a detracting feature in terms of like attractiveness, right? You don't want to constantly be recommended a 50% off deal when you have no intention of buying anything ever. And so on and so forth. But I'm rambling. I quit lots of gacha game. Currently just put Honkai. I have to leave my MOBA game, even though I burned tons of money for skins there. Finally conquered my FOMO. FOMO is congratulations on conquering FOMO. FOMO is a tough thing to conquer, and once you conquer it, you are in the clear for the most part. But yeah, congratulations on that. I only play Genshin as gacha games, and the rest are just money grab without actual quality. Yeah, so there are a lot of gacha games out there that are like not just money grabs. I will say Genshin is definitely on a fine line between the two. But the thing is, with Genshin, as time goes on, the better it becomes as a whole individual game. Genshin at its launch was definitely a money grab kind of game, but it has developed into other things. But that's the beauty of gacha games, is that they can start off poorly and then make themselves better, or they can start off great and devolve into tyranny. You know, it's the beauty of gacha games, at least in my opinion. But that is neither here nor there. We are done with this for now. Let me just play in these last few things. Can I get a hoya? Nope. Okay, we're done with this. That is that. We're just gonna chill here for a few seconds whilst I get all the get the thread up. There we go. Okay, we're gonna be here for a while, but yep. I feel like gacha games quality is just lacking for the amount of money they ask. Genshin have quality, but for I don't know, Azure Lane is just chibi bullet hell. What do you mean? But like, what do you mean by the lacking quality? Sorry, the gacha games quality is just lacking for the amount of money they ask. Like, so, for example, they in regards to how much money they want you to pay, they don't have enough quality. I think you look at it. I personally look at it in a different way, because most gacha games, their revenue is very public. Genshin's revenue is very public, and it's a reason that Genshin gets critiqued very often. Is because it makes billions of dollars. I think Genshin by itself has made MiHoYo, or has made MiHoYo, a billion-dollar company, or maybe is elevated to a multi-billion-dollar company. When you know this information, you look at it differently. When you know how much money they make, not how much they are asking, but how much they make versus the quality, that is the reason you can easily critique and change your mind on a game. Because I personally view Genshin differently after I found out that they made $25+ million from just the mobile, I think it was just iOS and iPhone, one banner, not including console or PC, right? So it's like, they made 25 million in 6 weeks just cause. And just on iPhone. So that they probably made 50 million in total plus, easily, in just 6 weeks. And so it's like, okay. But your game is still dry. Your game is still very dry. So you can't really accept that. Anyway. I would rather put money on Genshin than a chibi gacha game because of the different quality of product they offer. 3D gacha, a character model, and 2D chibi, or even 2D PNG. I feel like the 3D model is worth it and more quality. That's definitely up to just your personal preference, though, obviously, I think you even specified. That's a personal preference, even. Because you're taking into consideration just one aspect of a game. Some people, I look at it as a whole package, right? So, okay, I get a chibi gacha thing, which is just the character, but then, okay, where do I use this character? And then, you know, it's a cascading effect. Okay, where do I use this character in this event here, or this game mechanic? Okay, how does this game mechanic impact me? But yeah, if that's a detracting feature of putting money into something that is lower quality overall, then that makes sense. Obviously, I think, if I'm to be honest, I'd probably be less inclined to put money into a pixel gacha game. Like, if it was an 8-bit gacha game, I'd definitely be less inclined to put money in there just because of, well, I can't really see the boobs on the characters, can I now, right? Like, the boobs aren't HD. Like, that's kind of shit, isn't it? So, I do see where you're coming from. But regardless, let us get into the Ether Gazer review. Now, this was written by Hershravyata, who has got into the recent closed beta thing. I do not know, but they got into this, and they took the time to write this very extensive review of the game, as I didn't even sign up to the beta, nor did I really even think I'd be doing this, because I was like, I'm not that interested, but here I am looking at it because why not? So we're going to go through all this and read it carefully, and kind of, whenever anything sounds out of ordinary, that's when I'll pick it apart. But just generally, we're just going to sit here reading through it and understanding the game. So Ether Gazer is an anime-themed action 3D RPG game set in the sci-fi dystopian world. Sci-fi. Honestly, not a personal fan of sci-fi, but whatever, I respect it. The developer is Xiamen Yongshi, also developer of Azure Lane, and publisher is Yosta, also publisher for Azure Lane and Arknights. I haven't played any of these games, but Arknights, I've heard, is very, very popular. This review mainly derives from my personal experience playing the CN version and Global CD. It is not pro gamer POV, nor the official content creators POV. Treat it as just words from a gamer to another gamer. And I'm gonna treat my words that I say on top of this, as guy who knows nothing about games. The point stated here is also a combination of the information gathered from the official AG server Discord, the discussions from players, outsourcing information, great job. Honkai 3 may be used as a reference to explain certain things. I will also be explaining if I can. The story plot will not be discussed because I skipped the story. True. Anyway, character overall mechanics, stats. As usual, character's stats mainly contains attack, defense, max HP, crit rate, crit damage, the classic 6 or 5. How many is it? 5, not 6. I saw too many words. Classic 5 stats. It does limit a bit of how much diversity in terms of builds you can have, but I guess more diversity can be added in different ways. In Honkai 3, we wouldn't really matter about the base stats, except for attack, but that is only counted when we reach the end game and wanted to min-max our damage output. However, in AG, the basic stats do play a role in developing a character, such as crit rate, crit damage, for a DPS, as every element in AG can crit, like physical damage. Oh, interesting. So everything can crit, so a bit more, that's nice. Max HP and defense also plays a part in developing a character, as there are characters that can benefit from this stats due to the fact that certain characters act as supports that can provide a shield, defense to a team, or DPS characters that consume HP to use skills. Hootiao. Plus, you need to be reminded that AG is somewhat an in-team combat gameplay where your teammates' conditions matter than the usual swap mechanic in Honkai Impact that Honkai Impact 3 uses. However, therefore, you need to bear in mind that depending on what role you choose to control, your actions will give an impact to your teammates. Okay, overall, this summarized, all your stats matter. You can't just look at attack, crit rate, and crit damage. You do have to take into consideration max HP and defense as a whole, which is good. More stats equals more diversity, and more build diversity with your characters, and also potential character diversity in terms of how they play and what they want, which is overall good. Moving on, aside from the base stats, we have elemental stats, which is basically your damage types. There are 8 damage types: physical, wind, fire, thunder, water, ice, light, shadow. Not sure how I feel about wind. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Water, ice. Come on, dude. Nah, it's fine though. Okay, let me have a look at here though. Yes. Bonus damage to bio units. Bio? That's Honkai Impact stuff. What the hell? These prove to be your main damage sources. Next is opponent's stats. Unlike in Honkai Impact 3, characters don't have counter types, so in order to increase your damage against each type of enemy, you'll need to increase the stats specifically against them if you wanted to. This is good. Let me explain why. Because Honkai Impact's type system is also... Both these styles are good. I don't want to diminish either because both are great and work. But there's something, at least personally, I like a bit more about being able to build a specific character towards countering a specific type, depending on if you have the correct things to build them that way, obviously. Because in Honkai, you get a character who's biologic and that's your best character, you are immediately useless against all fucking mechs, right? My Aponia is completely useless against all mechs by herself, so that's instantly thing, and then I have to invest in another character. Whilst this means that you can, if I might be disproven later on in the review, but this means that you can pull one character and then you have to get a build per se for each kind of type of enemy that you encounter. So then you have to constantly be switching things, but that's obviously if you want to play that way specifically, who knows. The damage bonus to each enemy types are as status, bio units, AGI, mecha units, Vizbane units, normal enemy units, elite enemy units, bosses, which elite enemies are bosses, and modified mode damage bonus. Modified damage mode. Interesting, modified damage mode, okay. The most common that people build is for elite enemy unit and modified mode damage bonus, which will be explained later. Okay, cool. The last one is skill stats, which is specifically the character skill damage bonus. Normal attack, standard skill, 1, 2, 3. Ultimate skill and charge skill only applies to characters that have a charge skill. Okay, that's very generic. You just have a percentage of damage that goes towards those specific things. Very generic. All these aforementioned stats can be gained or increased aside from leveling your characters. It can be gained or increased aside from leveling your characters. It can be increased through the use of sigils and their affixes, which can be translated to stigmatas in Honkai Impact 3, as well as from stage buffs or faction buffs. Note that affixes play a big role in AG, unlike Honkai Impact. Level up and transcended. Okay, more terms. Let me take a sippy of my thing here though. Beautiful. Level up and transcended. Max level is 80. Levels are capped by admin's level on interval. Levels are capped by admin's level on intervals. For example, you can level up characters to level 20 from the start, and then your admin level needs to be leveled up to 30. I see, okay, interesting. Much like Honkai, right? Yeah, much like Honkai. I have been above 80 for so long that I forgot that it's the same thing. Forgot to mention, players are called as an administrator, and you're somewhat canon in the story. Okay, cool. Transcend is rank up, B rank to triple S rank to a mega rank as final rank. Oh, I like the fact that there's something above triple S, because I feel like this is a very garish thing to look at. I feel like just seeing triple S on the screen is a very garish thing to look at. So having like maybe the words Omega on your character, and like that just kind of sounds a lot better than just saying triple S. So I like this. So there's a rank above triple S, very cool. All characters in AG have a fixed of 6 active skills that can be upgraded using skill points: basic attack with skill 1, 2, 3, ultimate skill, and dodge skill. As usual, each skill have their own passive skill, basic attack, just basic attacks with present preset combos. As of now, there are no charge attacks, nor complicated combos from basic attack of any character. Okay. For skill 1 and 2, 3, they require resources to be used. Resources? Mana? Different types of characters use different resources when casting a skill. The 4 types of resources are Rage, Energy, Traces, and Divine Grace. Ooh, they couldn't just go with mana. I guess it's not a... Sorry, it's not a fantasy game. I was about to say, why couldn't they just go with, like, mana? But yeah, that's fantasy stuff. These resources are like SP and Honkai, except there are 4 ways to get them. Example, through basic attacks, auto refill through time, through stack marks, and so on. Okay. Ultimate skill does not require any resources from the character. Ultimate skill bar will automatically charge over time, and certain characters may gain extra charge in certain circumstances. You can also use certain affix buffs from sigils that can fasten the charge. Ultimate skill can cause enormous damage as well as other effects, and you and your teammate will be invincible whilst casting. So every time you and your teammates use ultimates, everyone will get some iframe. Ah! Okay, but it's interesting that the ultimate doesn't require a resource, but I guess essentially the bar that you charge is indicative of its cooldown, and then there's ways to just reduce that cooldown. They could have just said that it has a cooldown. I think them, gain more charge and just give it a cooldown, really, and then there's ways to reduce that cooldown. I think that's a much simpler way and a much more understandable way to do it, but whatever floats their boat. Dodge skill is basically time fracture in Honkai Impact 3 and zero time in AG. Sorry, or zero time in AG. Each character may have different zero time duration than others and can provide additional buffs as well. Teammates can also trigger zero time as well, since the effect are globally throughout the map. Ah, yes, this is kind of like an openish world. Not openish world, sorry, but I kind of know the world layout. But anyway, ultimate skill chains. Ultimate skill chains are basically team ultimates. When certain characters are in your team, they can use an ultimate skill chain. To use an ultimate skill chain, all characters in combination must have their full skill bar. Ultimate skill bar, rather. An ultimate skill chain have more powerful effects. Obviously, it's like the old fucking Naruto games, the old like Ninja Storm games where you have like Itachi and Sasuke, and instead of just using one of their ults, you make a team ultimate and you do a massive bazinga thing. So it's a very normal combat kind of mechanic when you have like multiple teammates. So yep. Anyway, depending on the characters, essentially all characters have at least one team ultimate, either with 2 or 3 characters, very much like the Naruto stuff. But most characters at the start of the game already have 2 types of ultimate skill chain that they can use when pairing with different characters. And I'm assuming the ultimate skill chain is derived from their lore kind of connections. You know, you're not going to see 2 villains, or sorry, the main protagonist and the villain having an ultimate skill chain. At least I don't think so. But you'll see 2 characters who in the story are more akin to each other, or sorry, a bit more like together generally and like each other more. They'll have like some sort of ultimate stuff, right? Note that the only type of ultimate skill chain that can be selected before entering the stage. As the game updates, there'll be more combinations that can occur with current characters and the new ones. Ultimate skill chain does not only provide more damage than the normal ones, but can also provide additional buffs. It will also stop stage timer during the animation, unlike normal ultimates. Okay, so that's the reason to do it. This is the main reason to do it. Obviously, it does more damage, thus gets the job done quicker, but it's most likely just going to be for the stage timer being stopped. In terms of importance, ultimate skill chains is usually better than normal ultimates. I would say not even usually, I'd say probably all the time. If you wanted to use the normal ultimate of that character or your teammates, just use it before the character in combination fill their ultimate bar. A very easy way to do it. Additionally, other characters who are not in combination will also gain invincibility during the animation. Ah, interesting. Note that ultimate skill chains have their own preset of pairs to combine with. You can see a list of the characters and ultimates with each one of the characters in the menu. Okay, so being given the information instead of having to figure it out is very nice. Or during the preparation menu before starting the stage. If one of the characters in the skill chain dies during the battle, you will no longer be able to do it, which is fair enough. But you can, but can only use the normal one. It is also possible to not select ultimate skill chain if you prefer using the normal ultimates instead. Wow, being given choices? Ah, lovely. I love being given the choice. Very, very nice. I haven't really even seen the art style of a lot of the stuff here, but this looks very nice. Cool. Access keys. Moving on to the equipments. A bit more interesting part for me, at least. The equipment of the character's access keys are weapons. Okay. Weapons. Each character have a default preset weapon that cannot be changed or removed. The weapon can be leveled up to 60 and is considered among the major damage sources of the character, unlike in Honkai Impact 3, where weapon types are categorized by characters. And you can slap any weapon of the same type to that character. In AG, however, every character have their own unique playstyle, thus, there's no such thing as categorizing the weapon types, which is the slightly smarter way to do it. I will say, when we're now looking at it being done this way, I'd say it's slightly smarter to do it this way than however Honkai does it, because Honkai does do the thing of this character, like the Mei unit, only uses katanas, but there's like a million different katanas, and so it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, what are they even here for? I do like this way. Anyway, you will find unique playstyles with a variety of weapons, ranging from swords, katanas, guns, sniper staff, and sword and shield, ice pickaxe, giant axe, scythe bows, crossbows, weird flying things, puppets, and even an umbrella. As if to say there are no limits to the possibilities of weapons that the character will use. For example, one character, A-rank Tsukuyomi, uses a katana and a greatsword, but the S-rank versions uses somewhat dual katana instead. Okay, I'm right there for that. That sounds fucking sick. So, wait, an A-rank Tsukuyomi. Okay, I didn't understand that they would change with the rank as well. That's interesting. So, an A-rank Tsukuyomi uses a katana and greatsword, but the S-rank version of Tsukuyomi version uses dual katanas. That's interesting. I like that. It won't be locked specifically for that character, so no worries about seeing cases like Hearst of Flame, Silent Hearst of Sentience, where they don't even use the weapon they're equipped with in their gameplay. I agree. Very nice. Very nice. Anyway, who is this? Seraphina uses a guitar. In battle, crit rate is increased by 4%, access key attack. Okay. And then, who's this? A Metis. Oh, she looks nice. Oh, she looks nice. Cool design. Functor. Sorry? Sorry, what the fuck is a... beg your pardon? Functor? Now, this connects us back to the weapon. Aside from leveling up the weapon, you can equip a Functor to the weapon to further increase its performance. Sorry, I want to determine it from the... Oh, Functor functions, okay. So that's the... Yeah, okay. And, oh, the thing that I read was the Functor. The crit rate increases the Functor. When equipped by Rain Feather, Hera will... her skill 2, Blazing Embrace, changes to Burning Dance, summoning the Phoenix to attack the enemy. Probably shouldn't read them. To make it simple, Functor are weapons stigma. You can equip only one Functor on the weapon and upgrade it as simple as that. Functor range from 3 stars to 5 stars. It provides high stats to the character and the weapon itself. It will also provide additional buffs during combat, which are called function. Simple. For example, a 3-star Functor's function gives 24% ultimate skill damage in battle. You can increase the buff by upgrading the Functor by using a copy of the same Functor. For higher star, it may give additional 2 buffs. With greater value and greater stats, Functors can be upgraded from tier 1 to tier 5. So you have... Okay, that's quite a... Okay. It's depth without adding confusion. Is the simplest way I can put this kind of system. Is adding depth without confusion. Because it's kind of like, let's say, the Stigmata thing, but you only have one of them. And that's it. You only have to keep track of individual things in an individual category, right? So you have your weapon, which is your character, essentially, because the character, as we learned, comes with the weapon. And then you have the on the weapon, you equip a thing, but that thing has different star rarity as well as different tiers, which is kind of playing to the whole and as we learned to tier it up. For higher stat, it may give 2 additional buffs to tier it up. Wait, which part did we read? Fuck, I've really lost myself. Range for 5-star, blah, blah, blah. For example, so you can increase the buff by upgrading the Functor using a copy of the same Functor. Right, so to upgrade it, you need the copy of the same one, which kind of goes to the Genshin method of you need a duplicate to upgrade it, which is neither here nor there, in my opinion. Usually the base version is well enough to get you on your way into the game, so I have no opinion on that, really. But it's depth without adding complication. You don't have to keep track of 7,000 different things, which is good. I like that. As usual, 3-star and 4-star Functor is easy to obtain, while 5-star are able to be bought in a shop via farming the currency to buy them. Sounds great. For character specifics, 5-star Functor, you need Gacha to obtain these, which is simple enough. The Gacha stigmas, Gacha weapons, simple. These type of Functor will add special skill or buff suiting the character itself, making their performance a lot better. Very straightforward. Note that Functor uses the faction mechanic, whereas each Functor belongs to a specific faction, and only characters from the same faction can use the same functor. This is how AG implements the equipment sharing system without interrupting the character's main weapon visually and in gameplay. What? Functor uses the faction mechanic, whereas each functor belongs to a specific faction, and only characters from the same faction can use the same functor. This is how AG implements the equipment sharing system. Ah, yes, okay, I see, okay. I don't understand it, but I'm just gonna act like I do. Functors contribute about 30% of the character's performance, mostly due to the stats and the basic buffs. Based on the CN free-to-play and the whale players, you aren't required to get every gacha functors for each character in your team due to the fact that the farmable 5-star functor can already perform greatly enough. Okay, that's interesting. So essentially the G4 stigmas of this are good enough, so you don't need every single gacha stigma. Only certain few characters would require their gacha functors, exclusive for extra skills that is provided to that particular character, but is also dependent on your playstyle. Okay. It is not even recommended to upgrade your gacha functor to tier 5, as it seems highly unnecessary. Treat it as a divine keys in Honkai Impact, where you can only get it to min-max to the only get it to min-max at the top of the leaderboards if you want to be Chad number 1. One of the reasons is, unlike in Honkai Impact 3 or PGR, where you swap your buffs, in AG, characters are always there from start to finish. Therefore, the buffs/debuffs/supports as if are constantly active throughout the stage. So you can say, if a support character is present, they will do supporting, unlike supports in Honkai, whereas without equipment, they aren't supporting. Which is, Hershravyata explained this to me yesterday, which is something that is very demoralizing when getting a Honkai character, is that 90%, at least putting it just as a big number for no reason, 90% of the supports in Honkai aren't supports by themselves. You really need their stigmatas. So essentially, it's like stigma support. It's not even character support. It's very odd, because you can essentially slap, like, I could slap Aslaug on any other character, and they'll pretty much be just as effective as Raven. So it's like Raven's there for absolutely no reason. Which is like a demoralizing thing. Just like, imagine just getting Azure Imperia, but then you don't have like something like her stigma, or which is a very, very important thing for her. And then also her weapon, which allows her to use her stigma buff more frequently. And so it's just, okay, I got the character, but now I don't have the thing that I need to actually make the character do what the character is intended to do. Which I think, depending on how it's done here, you know, I think this is a much better thing, at least from my personal opinion. It's a little bit more lenient, but not super easy. Doesn't make it super easy, because you still need the character plus the functor at the higher levels. But at the lower levels, just having the character is pretty much okay enough, right? So still at the high levels, you'd still need to invest a lot more. But anyway, let's move on. Only a few AG characters that are in similar case to Nyx, DA, or Vilvi, which relies heavily on their own equipment. Okay, that's fine. See, having specific cases is fine in my opinion. Having specific cases where certain characters do rely on it is okay. Another note before this, I had mentioned in the Discord that you will need to gacha for weapon. Well, to clarify that part, functors are the one to gacha, because the odd name choices they selected, I decided to just call them weapons instead. By now, I realized I forgot about the faction system, which will be explained after this. Okay. Gen zones, admins, okay, Shindo, oh, God, gen zones, Yggdrasil, what, wow, what? Very interesting naming choices, though. But these are the factions, I'm assuming. I'll just read them beforehand. Deal 1 round of damage to all enemies when exiting modified mode. Wow. Okay. Let's read, because I don't know. Faction, there exist 5 factions mainly: Olympus, Nile, Shino, Yggdrasil, and Asterism. As you notice by the name of the faction, you can assume that the character in AG may have a name connected to Greek gods, Japanese, and Chinese cultures, and anything else that I'm not knowledgeable enough to tell. True and real. So faction is how you would categorize the characters aside from the usual damage type, but there's a character with 4 elements, so yeah, just use faction. There's a character with 4 elements, so just use faction. True. Faction can provide powerful buffs to the whole team. You can gain up to 2 team buffs when using 2 or 3 characters from the same faction. Faction buff is also one of the team comps you may consider when building your team, as it is highly benefits your gameplay. As we see up here, something like Olympus extending the duration of modified mode, and then if you get Shino, which increases the damage dealt in modified mode when exiting it. and so on and so forth. It all seems to be centered around the modified mode, though, so having multiple of these that synergize well would be good. Increases crit damage dealt by all modifiers on the team. That's the Nile one. Sounds fucking great, right? So, yeah, sounds like an important thing. It's kind of like the type system, but not as a critical to what you're versing, but more so in a different way. Anyway, sigils. Sigils is the part that I'm a bit more interested in as well. Much like the functors and the sigils. Hershriata told me about these yesterday and how they are maybe slightly better than artifacts and stigmas in a sense. But let me take a sip. Coffee's great, isn't it? Coffee's great. I love it. Anyway. Sigils! We're going to take a look at this screen. This is the sigil screen. Looks. There's 3 set. You have 6 pieces. You have a 3 set. Great. Cool. Sigils. Moving on, we have sigils. This is like your stigma. Each character will have 6 slots to place them, and each slot will be numbered 1 to 6. Sigils will provide base stats and additional stats, buff or regular skill buffs. You can upgrade each sigil to level 40. When equipping 3 sigils of the same type, you'll gain a set buff. In general, you will equip 2 types of sigil with 3 of the same type. Sigils are purely farmable in ranges from 3-star to 5-star of each type. This is much like the artifact system. To save upgrade resources, only upgrade 5-star sigils to max level, as you will change to a higher star in the end anyway. 5-star sigil will also be easily obtainable from the sigil stages, but note that since the sigil have numbered slots, this also means sigils have numbers as well. So your RNG battle is basically fighting with which slot of sigil that you want. However, you can also trade 3 5-star sigils at the shop to select a preferred sigil slot that you want, regardless of what type or slot they are, to be used as a trade. There will also be a new sigil on every patch, so that's the grind. Okay. And as we can see here, when in battle, attack is increased by 180, ultimate skill damage is increased by 10, so the sigil itself bonuses do seem to be quite substantial. 180 attack if it's base attack or even just general attack. Seeing as one of them, it seems gives 140, and this gives 180 as a set bonus, it does seem to be quite powerful. Or maybe collectively they give 140 and then getting a 180 on top of that sounds great. It is indeed quite complex when it comes to choosing the sigil, because you may just use the overall recommended ones or choose anything that suits your needs. For example, if you use a lightning character, DPS character, usually I would just use lightning DPS boosting sigils and maybe a crit rate sigil. But if I want to change to something else like resource regen or ultimate damage boost, you will have a variety of choices on how to build a character that suits your gameplay. Yes, and there seems to be a lot of sigils. Very interesting. Cool. There obviously will be a meta. Let's not beat around the bush. There's going to be a meta for each character. You know, this one works the best this way, but that's to be discovered when the game launches. After upgrading a sigil, you will unlock affixes, a major part of making sigils more powerful. Affixes range from a variety of buffs, debuffs, and stats, and so on. Affixes, like in Honkai, plays by RNG. Now, this will connect towards why you would choose a sigil according to the numbered slots, and why you may change the sigil from the usual ones being recommended. The reason is affixes are divided to each numbered slot. Slot 1 have these affixes that can be obtained. Slot 2 have these affixes, and so on. To gain the specific affixes, you will need to place the sigil according to which numbered slot you need. You can obtain 4 affixes on each 5-star sigil, and their buff surpasses the sigil set piece buff as well. That's why instead of getting crit rate from the sigil set piece buff, I would gain it from affixes instead. The affixes can endlessly be re-rolled, and the resources to use for guaranteed re-rolling 2 affixes can be obtained from the game modes. Affixes have levels where it increases when having similar affixes. So you may think of sigil a bit more like artifacts, except the affixes can be infinitely re-rolled, thus you don't need to farm the new same slot sigil again and again to get the perfect affixes. In the end, you'll end up with 24 affixes with 2 set piece buffs, so build the character however you want. Sounds like a lot, 24 affixes, but it essentially is, it's as simple as saying, if you've played Genshin, as simple as saying, you are able to re-roll the substats. Pretty simple, right? Because Genshin has how many? 4 times 5, it has 20 affixes per se, if I was to correlate it directly. This right here, you get 4 extra things, and you can re-roll them infinitely. This is essentially what Genshin players have wanted for the past year and a half, maybe 2 years. So power to you, AG. Continue to make it like this. But the usual build that people would go for is crit rate, crit damage, and attack because it's universal and can be applied to other DPS and easiest to build, but if you're into a more specific affixes, you can go with other ones. Extra note, when a character reaches Omega rank, you only need 2 sigil to activate set piece buff, so additionally you can get... What? That's quite strong. That's like such a weird way. Weird in a good way, at least in my opinion. A weird way to make a character stronger at the highest rank. That's such an interesting way to do it. Is the character just doesn't need to, the character doesn't... Wow. What? That's so interesting. That's such an interesting way to make a character stronger is, hey, you don't need 3 sets anymore. You can just make... Because you could just... fuck, let's read on. You only need 2 sigils to activate a set piece buff, so additionally you can get 3 set piece buff instead of 2. Number of affixes stay the same at 24, which makes sense. From free-to-play perspective, every A rank is possible to reach Omega. Standard S rank have a chance. For limited S rank, even Kevin struggles to achieve that without spending money. That is such a interesting way to increase a character's power at Omega. Wow. I like that, though. Because it's not like just a flat numbers increase or a percentage increase, right? It's a you increase the character's rank or power, sorry, at Omega rank just by saying, here, have a bit more creativity and see what you can do. Hey, what's up, Larry? Welcome to the stream, man. Hope you're having a great evening. Welcome. We're just looking at AG review by Host Reviata here. Ether Gazer, by the way, that's AG. I like this. I like it. AG, like Omega rank being so like influential. I don't understand. Okay, simply put it like this, Piston. I'll use Genshin as an example. Genshin is super hard because it has 5. You can only do this with 6. Okay, so when the character is not at Omega rank, to get a specific set bonuses from your sigils, you need 3 of them. You need 3 sigils of one specific type to get the 3 set bonus when they're not Omega, which is above triple S. So essentially, if they're triple S or below, you need 3 pieces of the same type to get the 3 set bonus. So you can have a total of 2 3 set bonuses, right? Which these set bonuses range from universal increased attack damage or ultimate damage or whatever. But once they hit Omega, you only need 2 of these pieces, and because you have 6 in total, you can then use 2 pieces of the same type to get the set bonus, and then another 2 to get another set bonus. And because it's a total of 6 thing, you can get a third 2 set bonus. So it essentially makes it so you can have more power in a different way. It's not just a flat numbers increase, right? Much like essentially like getting a character in Honkai to triple S essentially is just a flat numbers increase for the most part. Unless they get to have a specific ability unlocked, but yeah. Regardless. That is cool. I really like this. Depending on how strong it can be, depends on if it'll be balanced, but yeah, I like that. Ether Code, though, is the next one. I'm not really... The visuals don't do much for the brain for me, or much for the imagination, but I appreciate the visuals, nonetheless. Ether Code, another part when developing your character is that each character will have their own specific Ether Code, which can change their performance in gameplay by a large percent. Ether Code are like talents that can give special effects, buffs and debuffs, technical performance, and etc. There are 9 Ether Code for each and every character. You can only equip 3 at a most and can swap to the ones you prefer. However, you need to know that the Ether Code follows a skill tree path, whereas in order to choose the latter part of the branch, you need to choose the previous ones first. So it's not entirely free to choose. We categorize this by blue, red, and yellow colors. Yes, that's the top thing there. Okay. Each color branch will have 3 Ether Codes. In order to choose the third or the end of the entire branch, you will need to equip the first Ether Code of that branch. So yeah, it's not entirely freely to mix and match, but you can still have a pick between 1 + 1 + 2, or 1 + 1 + 1, or 1 + 2 + 3. So essentially that is this skill tree here. It's a small skill tree, nothing too extensive, but each line will dictate a different type of playstyle. I'm assuming the red one is the top one. Every block shot hit has a 10% chance of gaining 1 trace. I don't even understand the terms, but essentially the top tree will specify a bit more to this playstyle. the second tree, which I'm assuming the second one is maybe blue, and that will specify a different playstyle, and the yellow will specify a different playstyle in some certain ways, maybe not intrinsically. So if you want to play a character a specific way, you'd go red, 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 but you would not be able to go, red, 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 blue, blue, or whatever. You'd have to go, you only have 3 of these to spend, and so choose wisely, but you can change these infinitely, so it's, up to testing. Which is, and this is specific to each and every character, as, each character has a specific thing that they do around. So this character, top one, fucking Johnny Sins, every block hit chance has a 10% against Trace. Chain Crosshair has a crit rate of 100 for enemies in armor break, so that's pretty crazy. You might want to go with that tree, maybe crit damage at the end, who knows. So, very interesting way to add more depth to specific characters, as this was stated. This is each character will have their own specific ether code, so you can kind of mix and match your character in a specific way that you may want them. Anyway, ether codes can be endlessly changed without any fee, and it can be unlocked one by one just by progressing your character. There you go. It's a very free system, and it's freeform. Great, sounds amazing. End of the character overall mechanic, and we are about 25 to 30% way through this whole review. Next, we have a bunch of images. Characters look great. They're in the world with you. Amazing. Combat, flashy effects, numbers, modifier point gain, ending UI, level 25 XP admin thing. Kind of looks like Kazuha Kaidahara. Kind of looks like Roald Dahl, and this is J.K. Rowling over here. Is that Kiana? Oh my god, what the hell, dude? What are their actual names? Billy, Bob, and John. Okay, next, enemies. Ooh, they kind of look weird, but also kind of interesting. They mech enemies. It's sci-fi, so it's mech enemies. Okay, combat gameplay. Team AI gameplay experience. Now we progress to the core gameplay mechanic. Okay, for those that didn't know, in Asia, your team consists of 3 characters, with 2 of them being controlled by AI. You will only lead 1 character throughout the stages, and there won't be any swap mechanic. That is what we need to understand first. There's no swapping to your other characters. You choose one that you're going to play, and the other ones are just there in the arena with you, fighting the same things with you. So it's essentially a 3v something. Whatever, how many enemies are there, it's a 3v something, but you control one of them only. So how does it perform in actual combat? It does feel odd at first. You might expect it to be easy. You may think the AI is useless. You may think it bothers you that you can't play all 3 characters without changing it before you start the stage. But in reality, stages will be bigger. Enemies will spawn 3 times the usual amount per wave than in Honkai or PGR. You can get surrounded by enemies around you, either ranged or melee enemies in Honkai. In Honkai, rarely would you think you will die from basic mobs. Well, they do the opposite in AG. You have 5 enemies preparing to attack while waiting for the attack to launch. To trigger 0 time, you may have other enemies attack you before the enemy does. You get staggered twice or thrice, and even reach a moment where you thought to yourself, you suck. You suck more than the AI. There's no swap iframe to cover you now. True. This can happen quite often for melee characters. Where's the AI then? Well, they are surrounded in the same situation as well, except they might perform better than you. The truth hurts. The truth hurts to hear that the AI might be better than you. Oh, the truth hurts. So welcome to Ether Gazer. Where's your AI teammate? Where your AI teammates don't suck. They will always try to trigger 0 time whenever it is available, and it won't fail. They will use their skills and spam it like a champ. A healer AI will not waste their healing skill on full HP HP teammates, and they won't go to the other side of the map, leaving you defenseless. If an enemy pops up near you, after they finish attacking their target, they will go to you and back you up. Kind of a smarter AI, which is great. Surprisingly, the AI in AG feels really feels like actual teammates. If a skill requires a special way to activate, they will activate it. How tutorial teaches you to do it. Also, minor note that I find it interesting because of a team kind of gameplay. There's if you get to play while role playing. Example, you choose an AoE staff user, you'll feel like you're a mage for the team, attacking from behind the lines, or even being a healer, an assassin, tanker, or ninja. Quite fun if you're bored with the main DPS as always. Yeah. So okay. Essentially, what I've gathered from this is that you can choose the way that you want to play. If you want to play as a healer and let the other 2 AI be the damage dealers, you can do that. If you want to be the tanker and be the guy soaking the damage whilst you have a healer and a DPS backing you up, you can do that. Obviously, the 2 people backing you up are the AI. You can choose the role that you play in the thing, and the AI isn't dumb and will perform a certain way. They will perform adequately enough, which is great. And now target locking. Due to multiple enemies present in the stage, they added the target lock button where you can target lock onto an enemy you want. You can also change target as well by tapping the button, and there's a setting for it as well. This will fix random targeting changes just because the enemy is closer to you. But for me, I don't really care if I change target without killing the previous enemy because I know my AI will finish the job for me. Sounds great. The AI is smart enough. But yeah, target locking, you kind of need it in a game where there's a lot of enemies. Critical 1242, that's great damage. Basic combat, like previously mentioned, character have 6 skills, or 6 buttons to use in combat. Basic attack, skill 1, 2, 3, ultimate, and dodge. Only a basic attack don't have any cooldowns, so dodge have a CD as well. To be precise, dodge are limited. You will have a dodge bar you can use, and it refills quickly after usage. But if you depleted the dodge bar, you will need to wait a few seconds until it refills again. So the idea is you always need to make sure your placing is in good position and dodge when necessary. That's actually very similar to Tower of Fantasy. You have 3 dodges, and they recharge over time. The combat gameplay is considered fast-paced with a good amount of survivability challenges. Enemies are more active in attacking, but less active in movement. Okay, interesting. Also, recap of resources of the SP to use skill 4 types. Rage, obtained with basic attack, used for casting. Energy automatically recovers over time. Uses for casting skills. Traces obtained from casting certain skills, used for casting special skills like skill 3, and Divine Grace obtained differently from each character. When consumed, you gain special effects. Example, use skill 3, and then enhance skill 1 and 2. There's 4 different things: Rage, Energy, Traces, Divine Grace. Learn about them more when the game launches. Depending on the character resources, you may require to know what different sigils benefits your type of resources. This right here, essentially, there might be something, like a specific sigil that says consume 20 rage to gain a massive buff, as an example. Or, have more than 50 rage and get like a massive buff or something, or whatever. Or like spend 20 rage and heal. So that's what this essentially means, is whatever your character spends the most of, you may be able to build your character in terms of their sigil combination. Damage types. We already know that there are 8 elements for characters in AG. All of them can crit. All of them can be used together. You can mix and match damage in the same team as well if you want. You can add specific damage type like the opponent's stats, where you add specific enemy type damage, boss damage. There's not much to add, as you may have the general idea by now. Very simple. If the guy's a boss, if you're fighting a boss, you want boss damage. If you're fighting a guy, you want guy damage. If you're using a sword, you want sword damage. A very simple and straightforward system, not too much to it. Dodge skills, 0 time, slow enemies. Movement speed, there is a CD for 0 time, which with some it can give you buffs and fill resources. Essentially, 0 time, time fracture, but this is called 0 time. Great name. As usual, when you attack, you will notice the rating on your screen goes screen like S rating with combos and count stuff. So you have this thing up here. It's a combo system. You can already see that it says modify points gained plus 30%, attack plus 5%, so it gives a bonus. So in AG, this have its users. You can get a rating up to a mega while in combat. At a mega, your attacks will deal the 100% value that will contribute to fill up your modified mode bar, sorry. At lower rating, it may be 35% faster, 30%, and so on. And so doing dodge skills and combat skills, damage types, ultimates, basic attack, and many other factors, it contributed to getting a higher rating. Sounds great. You get a higher rating. The better, the more variety of things you do, and the more things you do, the higher rating, thus the better you perform. Essentially, the better you perform, the better you will perform, is essentially the summary. Rebound. Before continuing with modified mode, just another mechanic about dodging. When getting hit, you'll be staggered, and getting staggered multiple times isn't a good thing. To counter this, you can use a rebound. By using a larger portion of your dodge bar, you can teleport yourself to a safe spot and instantly recover from being staggered. This is considered your final attempt to dodge to avoid fatal blow. If you fail to dodge in time or when 0 time is in CD, rebound have no CD, as it depends on your dodge bar to use it. To rebound, just quickly tap dodge after being hit. Yep, just a safety mechanism. Really, that's all it is. Cool. Modified mode, the thing whether we've heard a lot of now. Modified mode. One of the most satisfying combat mechanic in AG. Modified mode can only be triggered against elite enemies. Bosses, per se, elite enemies. By filling the modified bar, the green bar, if we just quickly find out the green bar, this bar right here on the left of your screen, the green bar, which is where your ranking or your combat rating is displayed. By filling the modified bar, the green bar, this bar right here on the left of your screen, the green bar, which is where your ranking or your combat rating is displayed. By filling the modified bar, the green bar, this bar right here on the left of your screen, the green bar, which is where your ranking or your combat rating is displayed. You will enter a grayish-white area that separates your entire team with the elite enemy from anything else, including other elite enemy. In this zone, stage timer will stop completely, the elite enemy will be stunned, and all of their resistances will be depleted. Yes, 0 resistance to everything. Poof. For a few seconds, around 6 seconds, you and your teammates can burst spam every skill you got. Also a good moment to use your ultimate skill chain, Team Ultimate, if you equip one. Because everything is stopped at the same time. So you get more time, not technically more time, but theoretically more time. This is one of the team comp people will go after aside from elemental team comp. Aside from crit rate and the usuals, you can just stack modified mode buffs, which is this super mega mode. You can pair faction buffs, like certain factions give 100% more damage in modified mode. As we saw earlier, you can get a time extension, I believe, in one of them. If we just scroll back up, I do want to take a look at those now, knowing what modified mode is. Yeah, see, modified mode gives an additional number bonus according to the number of something. All modifiers on the team start with this, the match with Divine Graces and whatnots. It's, or rather, you have modified mode buffs. So this one extends the duration of modified mode to a significant boost to crit rate for all teammates during this mode. All affected enemies take more damage. So modified mode and then also your faction are massive things to take into consideration, which is really, really good. More things to think about. Going back to it though, boom. This is something that they think about. You can pair faction buffs, give more damage. You can also get buffs to prolong the mode buff, 90 seconds, blah, 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 blah. So in a sense, modified mode is also the game changer aside from the previous mechanics that were explained, because all resistance are flattened to 0, so every damage, every element becomes valid in that burst duration. Yeah, that's true. Sounds great. Seems too complicated combat? Well, not the combat, but what you have to take into consideration when doing combat, yes. I wouldn't say that the combat is complicated. I would just say how you build it and what you take into consideration when you're fighting certain things is complicated, right? Because you have to take into consideration, okay, what faction buffs am I going to use? Okay, so I'm going to use these faction buffs. Okay, these faction buffs are very much centered around going heavy into the modified mode. And okay, I'm going to build around then just absolutely demolishing this enemy by going to a specific element and then flattening that resistance down to 0 with modified mode, having the time extension there, and use up all my burst mode or all my attacks in this modified mode. So it's just adding layers of complexity, which is it's just great. It sounds great to me. This is just aesthetics comment. When entering modified mode, the screen break as you enter another dimension and exits the same way, but with the showing of the total damage numbers your whole team did during that time. Also, if the boss did not die, their resistance will revert back to normal and they will have a 1-second staggered state before continuing to attack. If there are 2 bosses, the modified bar are individually calculated, so if you have another boss that is close to triggering modified mode, it is possible to enter it again with another boss. Modified mode will have a few second cooldown, like 5 seconds, maybe before the bar can fill up again, so it is possible to trigger modified mode again at the same boss. And I'm assuming for a lot of bosses at the end game, you will actually probably trigger modified mode probably 2 or 3 times in one fight. Which, to be quite frank with you, sounds great. This part, though, where you can probably trigger it one after the other very quickly because of different bosses tracking it differently, maybe it's not going to be a thing, though. I think you'll probably have it just be a thing as an overall one system per interval, instead of multiple bosses being able to trigger differently. Ultimate skill. We're halfway through this. Ultimate skill. So during combat, ultimate skills for AI essentially are the only thing you will control. They will not trigger ultimate skills by themselves unless you press their icon when it flashes, as if you were to QTE swap in Honkai. Note that even though they are good AI, doesn't mean that they don't require iframes. Ultimate skill are a core part of providing survivability to the AI themselves, as well as helping them clearing their targeted mobs faster before proceeding to the regroup with you again. You have to think about your AI. You have to look around and see if what they're doing. If they're dying, press their skill or help them. If you have certain unique characters that consume HP when using their skill, it is best to frequently activate their ultimate, as their ultimate might be a key factor in healing themselves. And in general, anyone's ultimate provides some iframe. Iframes are great. Some of the reasons you may refuse to use their ultimate is because you may want to do an ultimate skill chain, or you wanted to enter modified mode first, but bear in mind that ultimate can't fasten the modified bar fill, so act wisely. Essentially, think about your decisions in summary. Ultimate animation, same like Honkai, you could turn it off. Oh, you can turn off the animation? Thanks so much. I would love that in Genshin, but oh, apparently that's not allowed. Krinky dinky. No, just pictures. Ultimate skill chain. I don't think we need much more of an explanation. It's essentially just a mega juiced out ultimate. I'll be honest with you. Mega juiced one. I guess in general you have been told how it works, cool animations and stuff. How does it affect stage depending on what the attack is in the animation? Depending on what the attack is in the animation. In the animation, say the words! It will always be an AoE attack, and the only difference is whether it is a global AoE or a smaller AoE. Alright, that sounds great. If I am on the other side of the map with the mobs attack, I'm attacking, and my ultimate skill chain is one. The AI, which is on the side of the map. A global one essentially hits everything in the arena. A smaller AoE means you have to be in a specified location for it. It's quite straightforward. In the animation, it will usually just show your attacks attacking one enemy, but in fact, it attacks it with and the surrounding area. But if there is a boss, it will prioritize a boss. But for ultimate skill chains, that only involves the 2 AI with you not having a chain. It will target the one surrounding them and the nearest, or the nearest to them. Listen, if you use your ultimate and it looks like it's hitting one enemy, but then other people take damage, it's got an AoE. Simple. And then global ones hit everything. Crowd control resistance, the general CC like stun, paralyze, freeze, and etc. can only be triggered if the character have the ability to do it. Most characters will have CC, while some are just purely damage or just regular stagger enemies. Much like in Honkai 3, there is a CD to how frequent you can CC enemies, which is essentially the whole diminishing returns. Every time you CC an enemy, a bar will show up at the top of their HP thingy right there. Oh my god. There we go, this looks amazing. If the yellow bar is full, you can no longer CC the enemy until it reduces its cooldown. This applies to regular mobs or bosses in high difficulties, or when you progress further, enemies will have be able to CC you and your teammates, such as Petrify, Freeze, and etc. Will you be able to do a rebound? That depends. When involving CC, you usually will rebound before the CC is applied, and in the last second, or still be able to rebound, but got CC afterwards, hinting that you didn't respond fast enough. It varies depending on what type of CC the enemy applies. Okay, as the game progresses in terms of difficulty, the enemy can fuck you up. They can fuck your shit up. They can rock your world. Character death and revive. When players die, the mission is failed. End of story. If the teammates dies, they can be revived for a certain time, but will have a cooldown. If you, the player, die, dead. Game over. Game uninstalled from your device. Account deleted. Essentially is the summary there. But if your teammates die, you can revive them, but only sometimes. No, but simply put, you fail the mission if you die. But if your teammates don't revive them. Meow system. Meow system is a cat crate, being of existence like Homu crate. This is the AI system that programs how the AI will perform during combat, either providing buffs when performing certain actions, prevent them from doing any more dodges, and full head-on attacks like the Rajang in the battlefield, which is a monster hunter monster, which is great, or just play it strategically by forcing them to stay around you at all times, like a small harem. Great example, great analogy. That looks adorable, to be quite frank with you. Oh, they all look adorable. Listen. I just want them because they're adorable. You can select one Mimir cat AI from 6 of them, which have general main function for your AI. Afterwards, you can select 2 Meow chips with additional commands or buffs to be applied when the AI performs certain things, just like general increased stat output. Currently, there are 13 Meow chips and will further be added as new patches arrive, so blah, blah, blah. More cats, more fun, more juice. Right, great. That's the cat. That's the chip. Bam. The chip doesn't look as good as the cat, to be honest. Some of these look really adorable. The second one looks adorable. End of the combat mechanic. Now it seems we go to the gacha mechanic. The mechanic that is going to be the make or break. No, it's not, but it's going to be an interesting one to see. The gacha mechanic, it seems, though. That's the banner look. Just a showcase of the character and what they look like. Mode index, imprint, regular scan. Okay. A rank. Okay, so let me try to interpret here. So A grade or higher, modified guaranteed. With every 10. S rank guaranteed every... I'm assuming it's going to be 100, to be quite frank. Most games just do it in 100, unless it's fucking Gen Pin Impact. Okay, that character... Alright. That's another small character. The Pharaoh the Unawakened. What are their names? Pharaoh and... Rahu Ashura. Alright. Pharaoh, Shikigami, Elf, Synchronic. Bro, why are they all children? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? Why are they... Oh, switch out Functors at any time without cost. Are these Functors? Are the Functors children? Alright. Limited raid up event for modifier scan has started. Blah, blah, blah. S grade modifier Rahu Ashura is way higher. Way higher! A grade is modified with every 10, and S grade is every 70. Oh no, it's 70. Never mind. Okay, I couldn't read the text on the other screen. Okay. When S-grade modifier is obtained, the count for that type scan is reset. There's a 50% the scan S rank will be rate up, S rate or modifier. Oh yeah, also the gacha. Essentially, I didn't read this properly, but I'm going to explain it. It's always a 50-50 every single time, no matter what. There is no guaranteed system from my understanding. When S-grade modifier is obtained, the count of that type is scanned is reset. There is a 50% chance the S-grade modifier will be the rate up S-grade modifier for this event, Rahu Ashura. If the S-grade modifier is if the S-grade modifier bullshit, they need to change that. That's so shit to say. If the modifier obtained is not the rate up, the next... Oh no, never mind. Where the fuck did I read that? Maybe that was a different game. Never mind, there is a guaranteed. I lied. Repeats are automatically replaced with a certain amount of intel. Fuck, I lied. Lol. Fair enough. Gacha system. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, it's finally here. This long-ass review, the moment we've been waiting for. The gacha system. I think it's a good system. Alright. That's the wrong cup. So you got the usual limited S-rank character, standard S-rank character, functor banner, in other words, weapon stigma. So there's points for all these banners. All banner have a 70 pity. All banner cost 200 shifter starred crystals for a single pull. That's it. So 70 pity for everything. All banners, weapons, and characters. And all things cost 200 shifted stars. So it's not like Honkai where the Dawn banner is 200 and the limited time is 280. Everything costs 200, which is rather good. I don't really appreciate the fact that Honkai has the difference there. Not for any other reason than it's just confusing when it comes to like calculating shit. But regardless. For limited character, it have a 50-50. Oh shit! Includes one new featured S rank and a radar for certain A ranks, and the rest are standard S ranks. It will drop 3-star or maybe 4-star functor, as well aside from characters. If you get an off-rate S rank, the next S rank will drop no matter if it hits pity or not. It will be featured S rank of the current banner. Pity will carry forward to the next limited banner, similar to Genshin character banner, and A rank or higher character is guaranteed to get every 10 pulls. So no matter you did a 10 single pulls or 10 instant pulls, the 10th pull will 10th pull every time will guarantee an A rank or above. When getting any S rank, the 70 pity guarantee will reset like normal. There'll be no character fragment drops. You will get fragments when you dupe of the same character. S rank drop rate is 1.6%. I believe that's already higher than Genshin's percent. I believe Genshin's base percent is 0.7. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong about this, but yeah. That's interesting for that it's already drop rate is already 1.6, but it's 70 pity. Then it also depends on how frequently you get rolls, which is to be determined in the future. Every time you pull an S rank, whether it is new or not, you will get 100 shining imprint, 20 for A rank and 10 for B rank, and 3-star functor. Oh, these are just resources. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what the fuck they are. Shining Imprint are currencies that you can use at the Shining Imprint shop where you can trade for certain upgrade mats and golds. Limited banners usually last for 20 days, standard duration. For Functor banner, Functor banners are permanent. Functor banners are permanent. When new character pops up, their Functor will be added to the Functor banner. Functor have been told, follow the function route. Faction route. Too many F words in this fucking game. You will first pick which faction out of the 5 faction to be guaranteed drop anytime when a 5-star functor drops. If you pick the Nile factor function factor, there will be only 1 5 functor factor stars that will drop that this is the Nile factor functor. After getting the 5-star functor, you will awaken into a specific functor for the Nile faction characters. So yes, it's a functor selector box. You're pulling for the selector functor box. Yeah, fair enough. Fucking functors. Fuck it out. Simply put, this is the choice of the box, whatever the fuck it's called. The choice selection box, right? You get to choose the pharaoh. Switch out functors anytime. Choose any functor, Nile. This is like the faction? I don't fucking know, but essentially, what I got from the text here is when a new banner appears, you'll first pick which faction out of the 5 faction to be guaranteed drop anytime when a 5-star functor drops. A new banner appears, you pick which of the factions you want to get a functor for. And then when you get that functor, sorry, when you get that 5-star functor drop, you get a selection box. Fuck, I'm speaking like an absolute idiot. You will get the selector box, which lets you choose any of the functors from that faction. A 4-star or higher functor will be guaranteed for every 10th pull, like the usual. 70 is the pity. Note that when a 4-star or 5-star functor drops, it belongs to the selected faction. For 3-star functor, it will be randomly dropped from any faction. Okay. Changing the faction selection whenever you want will not reset the pity count. 5-star functor drop rate is 1.6. So you can just, okay, so not even when the banner drops, essentially, you will just be able to change the faction that you're rolling for whenever the hell you want. This is kind of like a bit more generic towards just general gacha games on mobile. They have just like factions that you can select which one you're rolling for, but they usually don't let you switch it, or maybe they do let you switch it. I'm not sure. I haven't played one in a while, but yeah, that sounds great. 1.6%, fine. Here's the question. I thought, if I somehow pull a 5-star functor from the Nile faction, why Nile? Because it's easy to spell. True. And I didn't awaken it, or I didn't use that selector box. And somehow next patch a new limited S rank from the Nile faction. Will my currently owned Nile box selector be updated with a new one? The answer is I don't know, because I never got the chance to test it or done it. But if and only if it updates, then this is one of the best equipment banner ever. But let's just assume that it doesn't update. That is a great query to come up with yourself, by the way, Hoshovyada. I want to commend you on that one. It's a very good thing to come up and ask. Essentially, to summarize, if you pull a Nile selector box in one banner, and then the next patch, they add a new Nile functor, a new 5-star Nile functor, does that Nile functor get added to the box that you pulled in the patch before the new one was added? It would be way too generous to actually do it that way, but if it is that way, that's very interesting. But it's better to assume that it doesn't do it that way, because it's an easier assumption. A personal comment: per week, you can or may get 1980 shifted stars or crystals. This includes events, starting events, achievements, and wherever that is one-time reward. So you can calculate it and assume it yourself whether it's a good return on investment or not. For me, that's good enough. 7 weeks for 140 pulls, that's fair enough. Even in Honkai, reaching 28k or so needs 2 patches for me. AG version patch lasts around 5 weeks. 7 weeks for 140 pulls if you're playing optimally. And that's 2 guaranteed. Sounds fine to me. Sounds fine to me. Or, sorry, that's 1 guaranteed character, or 2 guaranteed functors, right? Sounds fine to me as well. I don't really see a problem with that. I'm a person who says I believe in the matter of fact of, if you invest the time, you should get rewarded, especially if you're a free-to-play. This seems rewarding enough for a free-to-play person if they invest the time. But this is also subject to change depending on what events going on, what's happening, who's where, what's when. But obviously, that's how it is now. Personal experience: when I play on CN, I only play for 2 whole version patches. Reached admin level 70, I think. I got 3 S rank from limited banners, which means I lost my first 50-50. And on the first limited banner, in total, I think I did about 360 to 300-ish. I also got 1-star functor from the functor banner. So yeah, at the start, with all the events, they rewarded you well enough. I could say you might get enough to the 3rd patch with just pulling the limited characters. This is from free-to-play. I didn't whale on CN server, so too many complicated foreign stuff to do top up, which is a fair enough reason. If it looks and doesn't sound appealing to roll, or sorry, to top up, then most people aren't going to. AG does have a battle pass and monthly stuffs too, so yeah, even CN players mentioned that without 50-50, this game will be heavily free-to-play, so I have no problems with this gacha system. It does sound quite nice. It doesn't sound too, like, overly predatory in a sense, but then again, I haven't seen the top-up shop, so I can't really say that. But the gacha itself sounds great. 70 pity. If you lose the character pity, you just get on the next guaranteed. And then the functor selector box is probably the best part about it. Essentially, it's like if you roll on the Genshin weapon banner, or it's like, rather if you roll on the Stigma banner for Honkai, every time you get a 5-star or get something, it's always a selector box. When you get the highest rarity, I guess Genshin would have been a better example. When you get the highest rarity thing, you get a selector box, so you're not really ever there to get dupes. You will very rarely get a functor dupe, essentially, is what I'm saying. So for Functor banner, it is very good banner. Who the fuck gives a selector box without any restrictions? In Honkai, I can get a select 1 stigma for by trading 2 dupes. That's already good enough. And here they give a selector box without any restrictions. So a tip from CN players in Wales, all free-to-play suggestions. Every character have their own specific Functor, including B rank and A rank character. You don't need to pull for every character or even every S rank Functor because there's a 5-star Functor, one for each faction that is grindable, and that alone can easily cover the jobs that Gacha Functor does. Only certain very few things, like the characters I mentioned before, Vilvinix and DA, meaning they heavily invested characters. As I said, Functors and weapons contribute roughly 30% to the overall performance of the character, mainly because of the stat increase it provides. Meanwhile, specific Functors offer extra skill or buff for that character. Thus, if the skill or buffs can be covered by the other means, such as affixes, why bother getting them? Exactly. Though in the very late of the end game content, where things are at Red Lotus levels, you may need Gacha Functors. As per usual, if you want to be the top 1%, you need to invest into the character and get their best stuff. Is essentially the summary of this section. If you want to be the best, you have to get the best. But if you want to be just good, you don't need the best. You can just go with what's the next best. Essentially, is the simple summary. And if that next best doesn't require you to spend money, then don't spend money. Gacha games are meta. Gacha games are great, dude. There's a weird stigma with gacha games. I said this earlier, but there's a very weird stigma with gacha games and how they are bad games. Fundamentally, they are great games. It's just that they sometimes are ruined by the community or sometimes are ruined by monetization, and so that kind of drives them into the mud. But on paper, gacha games aren't terrible because we're moving into a bit more of a free-to-play world. But I digress. Let's continue with this. We're about at 80% of this review. We're getting there soon. Unlike characters in Honkai where you have just Haxor Bunny, she isn't a support unless you get Stigma. At least in AG, characters, if they are a DPS, they are a DPS. If they are support, they are a support. You get the character, you'll get 80 to 90% of the character. Main reasons, because they are constantly in the field, sigils are farmable, affixes can be re-rolled, weapons are permanent, functors can be grinded, and ether code is free to mix and match. Unlike skill chain, which gives extra effects, modifier mode is available, faction and buffs are useful, well maybe high investment characters will be like 65 to 70% at base, but yeah, only if you use the character. So essentially, you get a character, you get what they are. If you get a DPS character, they are a DPS. If you get a support character, they are a support. Unlike something like Azure Imperia, or as the mentioned Haxor Bunny, they heavily derive in terms of supporting from their equipment. That's the end of the gacha section. Overall, I'm going to give the gacha a pretty solid, this is better than Genshin and Honkai. For the most part, maybe not better than Honkai because it has a guaranteed early on, but, you know, the gear doesn't sound like absolute misery to get like the Honkai one is. So this sounds on paper and in theory really good. Pure paper and theory. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyway, on to the next one, which is the game modes. By now we are reaching the end of this long review, and it's been quite lengthy, but it's also been quite in-depth, which is very, very good. As I said, the storyline. As I said, the story plot will not be discussed, so the storyline game mode is just story stages. Like in Honkai, you go through a stage. There is no open world yet. It consumes stamina, but you generally have a lot of stamina. I mean, one of your dailies is to consume 300. You are indeed recommended to farm. Okay, story, stages, simple. There's no story spoilers here, so don't matter. Most of the part, you'll use your own characters. Clearing story stages rewards the crystals as usual. After clearing a chapter, you will unlock hard mode for the chapter, which is indeed hard because you're under geared, and you need some player skills as well. It also rewards with one-time crystals as well. Some stages require you to use preset characters, and depending on your skills, it may be challenged to get full 3 stars for one of those stages. It's very simple, very simple. It's very much like Honkai with the story progression. Supplies. Next game mode is supplies. These are your farms. Character XP mats, weapon upgrade mats, skill upgrade point farm. Basically, it's the upgrade mats farmville. Endless farming as long as you have stamina. Reaching higher admin level will unlock each stage for better upgrade mats and increase multipliers for your mats per run. You can get up to 9 times multiplier for the mats, so it'll be easier and quicker as you level up. Plus, you can convert your lower grade mats to one of higher grade, 2-star, 3-star, whatever. You can upgrade your mats exponentially, which is fine. But it does seem, you know, endless farming as long as you have stamina. Reaching higher admin level will unlock more stages for better graded. And increase the multipliers. Essentially, you can do this a lot faster the higher you are. Essentially, the closer you get to end game, the faster this process becomes. But obviously not as lenient, but still staying as quick. Sigils. Sigils game mode is another farm. The sigil farm, you'll have to select what sigil you will that will drop, and there are multiple stages. High stages, they eventually give 5-star guaranteed star sigil, much like the Genshin artifact system. Once you get to the end game, or once you get to the higher, essentially once you get to level AR 50, you get guaranteed 5-star artifacts. This is essentially you can get to a point of getting guaranteed 5-star sigils. It's very easy to get 5-star sigils. The RNG to be fought against is the numbered slots. But as mentioned before, you can trade excess dupes for selecting the preferred slot sigil. A lot of leniency there, but obviously RNG is still RNG. Let's say if I upgrade a 4-star sigil to max and I want to use a level up 5-star sigil, an example of how you could essentially make use the system to your advantage by trading and using a 4-star sigil to get a good 5-star sigil, so on and so forth. I'm not going to read too much into it. Though I forgot, you got 2 sections in the sigil tab. The joint trading is basically to farm affix mats for reroll. So yeah, another farm. This is to farm the affixes, the resource that gives you the resources that you use to reroll your affixes. Challenge game modes are basically for your end game modes. There are 6 in total. Well, not all of them are considered end game content. Only 3 of them provide grindable rewards. Could be a raid system, essentially a dungeon system where you go in there, you have to do a series of challenges to get materials weekly or get resources weekly, potentially. Past grudges, weird name. From the left, we got the past grudges, which are the one-time reward challenges. You will unlock multiple boss stages within each, having 10 floors. I believe that's this one then, actually. Again, this is the past grudges. It said it right there. I'm fucking blind, aren't I? Came in Honkai Bike 3 in 2018. It's definitely better. Honkai Global came in 2018. I don't know where I saw 3. 2018, that's why I compared it. Oh yeah, definitely. I agree. So that's past grudges. This is the other thing. Anyway, past grudges, one-time thing, 10 stages. Past grudges is a challenging stage where you unlock them by leveling up your admin level. It consists of bosses of each chapter at the 10th floor of each stage. You might fight 1 boss or 2 bosses or even 3 bosses on later stages. Even when fully geared, you will still be tested by your player's skills as usual. Since this stage consists of bosses from the main story, it may be updated every patch as the story progresses with new bosses and such. The rewards are one-time claimable, but you can reach either stage just to test your team performance or honing your skills in combat. It doesn't require any stamina, you can just keep on retrying. This is akin to that, something in Honkai. Honkai has it, I don't know what it's called, but it has like it's in one of the menus and it's kind of similar, where you have 10 stages that you have to go through. I have no idea what the system is called though. You have tutorials. I'm not going to read about the tutorials. A tutorial is a tutorial about the character specifically. It's a character tutorial. When a new character is launched, their tutorial will be added here for your leisure to indulge in and see how they play. Simple and straightforward. Hazard zone clearing. Next we have hazard zone clearing. This is a super string dimension where there are 4 stages and each stage will rotate buffs and debuffs. If I'm not mistaken, it rotates twice a week. It gives repeatable rewards as well. The Abyss for short. The difficulty of the stages allows your admin levels like in Honkai Abyss, and where you're clear to the certain difficulties, you can unlock the next difficulty of the rotation within the MDV. It's the Abyss. It's the Abyss. Simple as that. It's the Abyss. Oh, this looks interesting. Mycodri, level 30 to 49. So yeah, that's the Abyss right there. And then Dream Talk, that kind of looks like the fat guy from Honky Donkey. Recurring Dream. After that, we have Recurring Dream. After that, we have a lot more of this fucking review, don't we? Jesus Christ, there's a lot in this game already, but I guess it's... Yeah. After that, we have Recurring Dream. This is the Memorial Arena boss fight. Okay, so it's Memorial Arena. Recurring Dream, Memorial Arena. Fair enough. Dimensional Variables. Now, this is ER version of AG, where in weekly rotation, you can choose 3 out of the 5 characters that are preset by the game as usual. When a new S rank is released, it will follow the usual team comp that the particular new characters... for that new particular new character. Even if you don't have that character, you can still use them in this mode. However, the 3 characters will have certain equipments removed, and you will gain the equipments throughout completing floor by floor. You can also get random ether codes to choose. Sigils only require 1 to activate the set buffs, and a lot of other mechanics have been slightly altered to suit this game mode. Very interesting. So, essentially ER on crack. A lot more changes to the game mode, a lot more changes to how the characters work, whatnot and whatnot. There will be buffs to choose like ER and the ER shops to buy certain things with the mode's currency. There's also diverging paths, which is the permanent buffs things that you unlock. And so the buffs, permanent equipment and whatnot, you will get throughout the cleaning of the floor by floor, will be rewarded in 3, meaning that you can get the same type of rewards 3 times, which you can claim for your lead character or your AI teammates. So instead of building 1 character in ER, you will decide for all 3 characters. Example, the rewards is sigils. After completing the floor, you can choose 3 different or the same sigils to slap on which character you want depending on the RNG, but the rewards given will prioritize the recommended ones for all the selected characters. A lot of build diversity because you have to build for 3 different characters, and you'll get a lot of shit happening. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of things. 3 characters, lots of stuff. Before starting any floor, Oxygen. You can choose which type of rewards you want to get as well. With every certain floor, there will be harder floor, and then you can choose which parts provide better rewards. So this mode have critical decision making. If you feel your team isn't strong enough to clear harder reward floors, you can choose the normal ones, which offer normal rewards. But bear in mind, every few floors will have a fixed boss floor that you need to clear regardless of your team, regardless if your team is well prepared or not. Same like ER. If you have a shit character, you're not getting past Hephaestus, is essentially the summary there. Note this game mode have two difficulties, normal one and the hard one. Which enemy have extreme buffs and debuffs, which follows the same concept but also relies on your player's skill. Dodging and skill timing is considered crucial. Very, very cool. You can also get rewards from... you can get both rewards from those difficulties per cycle. Also note that once you selected the lead character and your 2 AI, you cannot change them and their position after starting any difficulty. You can only change them after you've completed the run or give up for a restart and then when a cycle is finished. It can be attempted endlessly and there will be a save point if you fail or quit between the floors like in Honkai. Elysian Realm on crack in a certain way because you have 3 characters to actually manage. Kind of. Elysian Realm. Causality Survey. Lastly, we have this mode, which is a puzzle mode. You move one spot or multiple spot when encounter a challenge spot. You'll have a occasion combat. It offers one time. It's kind of like a... It's like a... Fuck! Slay the Spy. It's like the... it's like one Honkai event, kind of. Rewards for clearing it with certain chapters will reward Mimir Cat AI. It's more like a minigame with normal difficulty. It's a fun stuff. Fun. End of game modes. Team building comps. We've got a bit more of the review to go, boys. Stay with me here. Team building comps. Now that we know the gist of how the game mechanics work and the general idea, it's time to talk about team comps. Oxygen. The key points when building a team are the element, the faction, the ultimate skill chain, the buffs and debuffs, and the modified mode. Depending on what you're aiming for, you can pick 3 out of the 5 to be your main focus at least. You can mix and match anything according to your playstyle and needs. If you want to go for ultimate damage, you go for the ultimate skill chain and a bunch of other things that influence ultimate damage. Its reading is going to be a key factor to building this because you'll have to see what triggers what and how things trigger where. For example, the basic route people will choose, and including myself as a Honkai player, of course, will choose based on element plus ultimate skill chain plus buffs and debuffs. Boom. Simple. They're very straightforward. Element, ultimate, your buffs. Simple as that. I would pick 1 DPS and 2 supports where we are all the same element, and hoping there is an ultimate skill chain among those units with the supports providing buffs or debuffs. Focusing on attack, crit rate, crit damage for sigils and affixes, a common route almost everyone will pursue, because attack, crit rate, and crit damage are going to be the most universal and most standard things there. Only specific characters, like we talked about earlier, only specific characters will probably need defense or HP in some certain ways. But another major path people would take is modified mode plus skill chain, plus ultimate skill chain plus buffs. You technically don't need debuffs that reduce enemy resistance because modified mode removes resistances, which is a way to look at it as well, is comboing these 5 things, these 5 modes right here in different ways. You know, amazing. Sounds great with diversity. But does this mean it's only beneficial to bosses? Yes, it mainly focuses on bosses, so normal mobs might not be worth it. There you go. So if you go into a normal stage, or per se, you go into the Elysian Realm game mode, or if you go into a certain game mode and you're only fighting normal monsters, you may want to change your build to be specified to not be the modified mode, because the modified mode only works on elites, and elites are considered bosses. Great. So it may not perform as well as the usual elemental team, but it does have its own pros as well. Even element-focused team comp would have its own pros and cons. Everything has pros and cons. Example, in modified mode for element team, resistant debuffs are useless, and since they didn't specifically focus on modified mode, they will heavily rely on the element buffs. Meanwhile, modified modes will have immense power in modified mode, certain things like 100% more damage in modified mode, extended duration, so on and so forth. So what about the other combinations like factions, purely elemental skills? As you're aware, faction buffs require the same faction characters, and ultimate skill chain require characters that have their own ultimate skill chains. It is to say, it is somewhat more harder to build than the other two. However, there is affixes and buffs that cater towards factions and ultimate skill chains. It is just that you need to required characters to build it. In summary, there are a lot of ways to build characters, some easier than other, and which is very obvious and common in most games, right? Some comps are easier, some comps are harder to build. There's always going to be a meta. There's always going to be the best. That's just how things work. And so there is obviously the 2 best things that have already been established, which is the full elemental mode, which is, where do we read it? the full elemental mode, which is element, ultimate skill chain, and buffs and debuffs, which is the most universal one. But then you have the specific one, which is the bosses, modified mode, plus ultimate skill chain, plus buffs. You have these things, they've already been established, but other things are harder, but also doable. For faction buffs, it's mainly a flat stat boost, like Olympus characters gain 30% more damage, so it's activated on the go just by belonging to the Olympus faction. Like using Calpus' second Nexus Signet, the buff is there from the start, and with extra buffs here and there from the other key points, it's just like a flat increase from the start. Amazing. For ultimate skill chains, there's a way to refill the ultimate gauge faster. Its cooldown isn't even long, with very high damage, so if you build towards ultimate skill chains, you can have your ultimates be, more frequent, higher damage, better, juicier. It is possible to make a team comp with all 5 of the key points. Yes, it is possible, but that would only mean you'll have all the general points at the same level. You might not get extreme advantages during certain situations. So you build towards all 5, you'll be the most generic person out there. You'll be okay at everything, but not good or great at any specific thing. So, do whatever you want. So you can try whatever combinations suit your liking and compare them to yourselves. Those supports in Honkai are about buff and debuff. In AG, you have support that heals, provides buff and debuff, or tanker with shield properties like Zhongli. Great reference to Genshin Impact. Zhongli. But there aren't many tankers like that yet, so we don't consider that a type of support yet. And that is to say that you may need to choose between healer or buff/debuffer support for one of the supports if you're bad at survivability or if the stages are too difficult. If you're shit, slap a healer or a tank into the team is the summary of that one. So all in all, with those stats, sigils, affixes, and every knowledge I've accumulated so far, I would say there is a wide variety of character development team comps. Overall, just slap PGR, Honkai Impact, Genshin Impact all together, and you get Ether Gazer. End of team comp. Aesthetics. Sci-fi. There you go. Sci-fi. Just to add in the facts and... I don't even know what FAQ stands for. Fucking ass quakes. There's a question regarding voice language changes. Bunch of stuff here. This thread is available in the... if anyone else curious, this thread is available in the Discord. It's in the YouTube... Sorry, in the channel's profile or about section. You can find the link to the Discord if you're ever so curious about where to find this thread, if you're curious about specific things. But this last part is, about UI, the shop menu, which I will take a quick peek at. This is the daily missions, the weekly missions. As per usual, you have dailies and weeklies. Every game has them nowadays. You have the guild level, your guild, the armada system, guild system. You'll get guild missions and certain things that unlocks the guild shop with currencies. Though the guild shop has quite the high value, as you can buy 2 affix rolls. You buy good shit. You buy the good juice from the guild shop. Be in a guild, regardless of what it is, even if you don't know people, just be in there just to get the advantage of having a shop available to you. But obviously, if you have friends, jump in there with friends. Game will feel repetitive. After completing daily weeklies, most of your time will be dedicated to farming. Well, of course, during your starting to mid-journey of the game, certain people who aren't keen on farming may just get bored with the same grinding experience. Of course, when you level up with multipliers and the sorts, things will get easier and faster, as I said earlier. But before you you need to bear with a lot of farming. Like every game. I don't know why that's personally, obviously not complaining about it, but people seem to think that's a bad thing. Listen, you have to grind games. There's not many games out there that are chill anymore, right? If you want to do something, grind the fuck out of it. There's no team page. You constantly need to select your team one by one every time you want to change a team. The game only memorizes your currently used team. If you want it to change out the team, you need to manually select it. That's kind of annoying. That's obviously the thing they'll probably do. Loadouts, team loadouts. That's essentially, I think, what this point is. There's no team loadout. So if you want to rebuild your team, you have to rebuild it from scratch. Or if you go into a different mode, it will just use your previously used team, not like you can't like switch it by just pressing one button. You have to slap them all in them individually. That's just most games. It will get repetitive after a while. Absolutely. So it's definitely not a detracting feature, at least not personally. And then power creep happens, but not so straightforward. By that, it means that there will be a character who naturally performed better than the previous ones, but every patch, the game tries to balance out the characters through sigils, by adding new sigils for the previous characters to function or catch up with the meta ones. Well, it's not entirely a con. For example, there is a standard S rank that have 4 elements. She's a sub DPS, but her stats mainly for support. If you want to make her a DPS, you'll need her Gacha Functor, which is normal. FYI, I mained this character during my time in CN. Even got her Gacha Functor, so in general, since she has 4 elements, that means she can fit into 4 different teams, but most people don't see her value because only her AI doesn't work as well as we want it to. The reason being that if I put her in a lightning team, she won't just spam lightning or lightning support. It will be random from the 4 elemental types, which is obviously that's a bit of a thing that you can just fix on their end by making the AI have an extra option as to what element they use, but I guess that's a bit neither here nor there. You need to lead her on all of those 4 elements, which people might think is not fun. Thus, she became useless. I've recently discovered a certain update. There will be a Mimir chip that will fix this issue that she has a function according to thing. So overall, it's not really a con, I guess. So that's all, I think. And in the end game, they will focus with a meta of sorts for competitiveness, but not as heavy in Honkai because it doesn't specify you need to have every element. You can use any element, but that team of yours need to be maximized depending on how you build them. In essence, it is done. This should cover 95% of the game, maybe. Thank you very much, Schmevin. I really appreciate this. What a time. I just spent an hour reading very heavily. I'd like to hear from everyone in chat right now. What the fuck are we thinking, eh? What are we thinking? This is obviously a lot of information to take in into one sitting. What are we thinking about this right now? I've got my thoughts. It sounds great on paper. That is my initial thought. On paper, everything sounds great. Props to Aaron, absolutely. Props to Aaron in the Discord or Hershviata in the chat. Very much appreciated. This all sounds absolutely astonishing on paper. I think the gacha system is really fair, to be quite frank with you. I think the gacha system is actually exceptionally fair. It's essentially Genshin system, but the way that I've wanted it to be for the past while. I've always wanted Genshin system to have the weapon banner have a guaranteed way to get a specific weapon. In this sense, the functor is what you're rolling on, and that is the weapon variant of this game in terms of rolling. And you get a selector box for it if you know, when you get the S rank. The character works essentially like the Genshin character banner. There's a 50-50. The pity carries over onto banners. What more could you ask for? It sounds fine to me. Obviously, you could ask for a guaranteed like Honkai has, but, you know, this is a nice medium where you can get essentially an S ranker every patch. From what I remember, you can get quite a few rolls. You can get an S ranker every patch, or if you're lucky, you may get them early or not. It's a 1.6% chance, if I remember correctly, 1.6% chance, which 1.6, by the way, is a pretty good chance at getting them prematurely. To be honest with you, 1.6 is not low. 1.6 is quite high. All the systems, again, the nomenclature, the naming of it, not that great. Functor, faction, fungaloid, you know, so many Fs, but overall, the systems are there, the depth is there, the diversity in how to build certain things is there, and the lack of containment of certain things is there as well. Thus, what I mean by this is, when you get a character, you get the character and whatever they offer. And any other bonus that you get on top of that is just a bonus. Unlike in certain games like Genshin, not Genshin, like Honkai, where you get Azure Imperia, you don't have a support just yet. You need to get her weapons and a stigma, which will then make her a support. Where that is like a containing feature because you need to roll on more and more and more, which is a thing. Thanks for that guy who made this. We can try for a month or two for now. Yes, we can. I don't know when the game's coming out, but yeah. From what it seems, a whole lot better than Honkai, but they don't have open worlds, which I actually wish they have. You know, that's a personal preference. Open worlds is not a determining factor for me personally. If you prefer an open world, then obviously this is not going to tickle your fancy. It's kind of like a hybrid open world, if I'm to be honest with you, Blue Metal. It's from what I've seen of gameplay, it's a hybrid open world. You will go into a stage, and that stage is quite a large stage, and you'll perform in that stage. But it's obviously not an open world. It's something like Genshin, Skyrim, Witcher. It's nothing like that, obviously. As for the generosity of how many rolls you get, we saw here, you get 1,980. Now, how many rolls is that? Well, earlier it was said that you get, it's 200 shifted stars or rolls per any roll. No matter where you roll, it's always going to be 200. Well, you do a bit of simple mathematics, right? Simple mathematics, 1980, right? Right, let's do it, ready? 1980 divided by 200, you get 9.9. So essentially, you get 10 rolls per week. we're not gonna be pedantic and say that that 0.9 or sorry that 0.1 is gonna be all that important. You're gonna get 10 rolls per week, which sounds fine. Wait, 7 weeks for 140. Wait, did I do it wrong? Did I calculate wrong? Did I read wrong? Hold up, let me go back. All banners cost 200 shifter stars for a single pull. Per week, you can or may get 1900. This excludes. Sorry, excludes. Never mind. Excludes. I thought it included. Okay, so just through grind, just through just the game itself, not even the events or any extras. Just through the game itself, you can get 10 rolls a week, and then events and achievements and whatnot, you can get much more than that, which is where the 7 weeks for 1400 pool, sorry, for 140 pools comes in. To be quite frank, that sounds fair enough to me. A lot of this stuff is very fair enough, which is, sounds like if you've been in the stream, that sounds like a detracting feature to me to just say fair enough. But it really just, when you're talking about gacha games, so for someone to say fair enough is like a compliment, because most of these goddamn gacha games aren't fair enough. So I think this is good. The shops, I'm not going to look at the shops too much because I don't really know the currencies. I don't really know anything like that, but the shops look fine. You can buy fragments to an extent. Like, these are character fragments right here. You can get the glare guy thing. You can get character fragments from the shop. How does a story be told? Is it just like Honkai, where 2 characters on screen with the text box? I'm not exactly sure, Blue Metal. The story in this review by Hershcher was essentially left out because no spoilers, obviously, and they skip most of the story. But I assume it's the same way like that because you do it through stages as well. But yeah, as for the story in terms of what it is and how it's told, not sure because skipped because not gonna spoil the story for the most part. And I wouldn't have read the story section if it was explaining how the story and what the story is about, because rather not spoil it. If I'm gonna play it in any way, I'd like to see how it. I'd like to see if the story will make an impression on me for me to care in any way, which I don't believe it will, but we'll see how it happens. But all the modes, for me, this is moderately simple, and I've moderately understood everything. I say moderately because there's only one part, which is the sockets or the modifiers on your sigils. And determining how to get higher ones and whatnot is the only part that I want to see for myself and see exactly how it works. But essentially, it's a combination, as Hershcher or Aaron said at the end there, it's a combination of, where is it? I'm blind, I can't find it. It's a combination of Genshin Impact, it's a combination of Honkai Impact, here it is. It's a combination of Genshin, Honkai, and PGR in one. It has a lot of similar systems from all of them, and you combine it into one game, and you see how it goes. So that is pretty much this AG review. I haven't played this, and I do actually want to see if I may be able to play it at some point before it actually officially launches, because that sounds like a bit of fun. But I probably will play this on launch. I very much will try this on launch, see how I like it. Now, will I play it forever? Will I play it as a game that I play all the time? No, probably not really, because it depends on what it offers, right? But I definitely will give this a shot, and I'll probably upload this whole like 1 hour review of this game to YouTube, just for a bit of fun, just for a bit of a 1 hour video for people to go back and see if they want to fucking learn about the game. But that's been this video. That's been this video. That's been this review of this game. Sounds interesting. It is, as we can tell here, it is a UI based game, not an open world based game. Great. I'm gonna say, just on paper, bear this in mind, people. Bear this in mind. On paper, sounds very nice. That does not mean the game is nice or good. That doesn't mean that. But on paper, when I read the words, word for word, when I read them, rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, sounds great, sounds nice, sounds cool. So I'm going to give the game right now a 10 out of 10. One of the best games down in history. It's going to win Game of the Year award very, very easily. That's also going to conclude the stream for the most part, though. It is past 10 o'clock. And I did want to get this review out, or read this review about Hershcher. I want to say thank you again, Hershcher. Really, really appreciate this. I'm now interested in the game. Wasn't before, now I am. Let's get into it, right? Let's get into it. I'm going to ask for a beta key right now from the devs. They've sent it to me. Right now, I'm in the game, okay? Really appreciate it. That's going to be the end of the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We did a few things in Honkai. We read a review. Tomorrow, though, will be Genshin Impact. here's the thing. For those who didn't read the Genshin Impact Teyvat channel, your boy's one of the luckiest guys in the world. Your boy gets the Jade Cutter in a 10 roll. Then he does 2 rolls later and gets the Key of Kajnisut. Your boy's the luckiest player in the world. So tomorrow we'll be back with some Genshin Impact. We've got the Spiral Abyss to do. We've got some dialogue to do, as well as just general more completion and more gem grinding. We are on the grind for Nahida gems. We're currently sitting at, I believe, almost 50,000 gems for Nahida. And I am gonna be getting her and her weapon because I'm a fucking guy who does things. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for that. And yeah. Stay safe. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Bye!